I want to welcome everybody to the floor and going to turn it over to Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen, if y'all want to kind of move towards, there you go, looking good. Looking good. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it is my distinct honor to introduce you to the 3A boys basketball champion for the state of Alabama. You know, we've had an opportunity here on this Senate floor to recognize, I think, 4A and 5A, and now we've got 3A. Coach Smitherman, we're working on getting them all covered, aren't we? It is truly an honor for me to have these young men here. We had an opportunity just a few minutes ago up on the 8th floor to talk, and we talked about not only their accomplishments of this year, their accomplishments of last year to win the 3A state title 2 years in a row is a major accomplishment, but the accomplishments that I'm sure that they're destined for in the future. These young men that you see in front of you are future leaders of tomorrow. I know that because I've had an opportunity to interact with them, coach, headmaster, just to make sure that they are not only star athletes on the basketball court, but their civic engagement in and around Montgomery is tremendous, and we may hear some about that. I encourage them and actually challenge them to let this be a starting point for them. You know, it's important what happens on that basketball court, but the game of life is ahead of them, and to be champions in all that they do, just like they have at the Montgomery Academy. And so, with that, Mr. President, I'd ask that the resolution be read at length.
All right, Secretary, read the resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution commending the Montgomery Academy boys basketball team on winning the 2026 Boys Class 3A High School Athletic Association State Basketball Championship. Whereas we join the students, coaches, parents, and faculty at the Montgomery Academy in celebrating the 2026 Boys Class 3A Alabama High School Athletic Association State Basketball Championship. Whereas on March the 6th, 2026, at the BJCC Legacy Arena in Birmingham, the Montgomery Academy Eagles, through teamwork, diligence, and an unwavering commitment to excellence, defeated the Southside Selma Panthers with a decisive 66-39 victory. This win marks the team's second straight Class 3A title and solidifies its status as one of the elite programs in the state. Whereas the Eagles used a tenacious defense that smothered the Panthers' offense from the start and limited Southside's shooting percentage to just 27.1% for the game. By halftime, they had already pushed out to a 20-point lead and were well on their way to victory. Whereas on a team filled with championship-caliber athletes, several players delivered notable performances. Braden Gordon scored 16 points and had 11 rebounds to earn the Class 3A State Tournament MVP honors. Joining him on the all-tournament team are Mason Ellis, who scored 14 points, and Jarrett Friendly, who had 14 points and 15 rebounds. Whereas the Montgomery Academy Eagles have been expertly coached and inspired by head coach Jeremy Arant and assistant coaches Glenn Sylvest, Reg Mantooth, Gerald Williams, and John Williams. Under their leadership, in addition to winning back-to-back state championships, the 2025-26 Eagles finished with a 28-7 record. Whereas the talented athletes on the Montgomery Academy Championship basketball team are Rob Ashworth, Chapman Baker, Mason Ellis, Jarrett Friendly, Braden Gordon, Paxton Hagler, J.J. Jackson, Robert McGahee, Caleb Miles, Blake Parnell, Will Renfro, Vincent DeSautles, Parker Mantooth, Harris Armstrong, Jabari Burton, and John Harris Taylor. Whereas the Montgomery Academy boys basketball team's noteworthy success is a tremendous source of pride for their families, classmates, teachers, administration, and the entire MA community, whose support and encouragement have played an important role in motivating the team. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the Montgomery Academy boys basketball team is hereby highly honored and commended for winning the 2026 Class 3A State Basketball Championship, and this resolution is dedicated to the team with the highest admiration and best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, I'd ask that all senators be added to that resolution.
Okay, yeah, that's done, and we'll get that later on.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Members, I just want to, again, congratulate them. Coach, you want to say a few words? Vincent, by the way, my law partner's name is Schottaker, and sometimes people have a hard time pronouncing that too, so.
Thank you, Senator. First off, I just want to say thank you to each of y'all for having us here. It's a great honor for our team and our program to be able to be here and be recognized for this accomplishment. So thank you all very much for that. Anytime I get a chance to talk about these guys, the one thing I really want to make sure I always get to bring up is their unwavering commitment to each other, selflessness, and team. As the senator just said, we want to be really successful athletic team, athletic programs, but we're trying to teach lessons for life, and their selflessness and teamwork and dedication to that is really what allowed them to be successful, and is going to allow them to be successful people going forward. So again, thank you all for having us. We're truly honored to be here, and we really appreciate that.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you. You don't miss an honor to be able to talk about athletes when you're a coach and accomplishments. You know, we're very proud of you all. I just want to tell you also for what you all been able to do and the dedication and the commitment, because y'all know that I'm sure y'all ready to start on your next championship. And I think did it start like last week when y'all went to the weight room and started your skills and everything? I am right. Yeah, see, it starts. Most folks don't know the state championship for next year starts right now. And that you all have that magic. You all realize that it takes a teamwork to make the dream work. And you all did that. But the most important thing that I'm proud of you all is the high academic standards that you all have upheld. It ain't easy getting this hard lesson and being a basketball player and staying up half the night getting your lesson and on weekends. But that's a commitment. You all continue to do that. I have the opportunity to coach at a similar school that has that same requirement. And of course, I mentioned to a couple of y'all, that's Ramsey. And we don't have any remedial courses there. You got to take the real deal or you can't stay there. And that's the same way I'm sure at your school. If you don't get that lesson, they're going to send you back to your neighborhood. So most folks don't know that. They're going to send you back to your community school. So I'm proud of the commitment that you all have. Keep on doing that, and we thank you all for being a shining light and really the true definition of what they call student athlete. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I could, John Williams, the head of the schools here. Mr. Williams, you want to say?
All right. Yeah, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate, Senator, thank you so much for this opportunity and all that work to coordinate this. I just want to express my deep appreciation to Coach Arand and these boys for their leadership within our school community. Here at the Montgomery Academy, we develop leaders committed to honor, scholarship, service, and the pursuit of excellence. And interscholastic athletics is one of the primary mechanisms that we have, along with, of course, the work in the classroom to help develop young leaders of character. And I'm so proud when I look across this group of young men that we've enjoyed watching play throughout the school year and this season. I'm so proud of the young leaders that they are becoming and the way that they work in the classroom, the way that they are committed to their athletic program, but also the way they serve our community through our service learning opportunities, the way they're engaged in the arts. When we talk about leadership at the Montgomery Academy, we talk about people who engage in communities, who serve communities, and who coordinate the needs of others. And of course, I'm looking across to the great Senate of the state of Alabama, and you all are leaders as well, and we appreciate all that you do for our state, and I'm so excited about these young men and the leaders that they are going to become, the future leaders of our state and our community. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, if I could, can we get a picture made? And men, if you can kind of spread out, we'll see if we can make
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. And real quick, while y'all are getting ready to that, just want to say to the basketball team and make sure everybody in the gallery knows, this is back-to-back state championships. And let's give them a round of applause for that. That's a huge deal. And And when y'all walk out, William from my staff will have y'all a challenge coin. Congrats on a successful season. Proud of y'all. All right, thank y'all. Also, we've got on the special guest on the floor today, Secretary Hal Taylor from Aaliyah. His son's on this championship team, John Harris. Great to have you today, Secretary. All right, thank y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for the privilege to gather here today on this 29th day. We thank you for the days that have preceded this, and we thank you for tomorrow, and ask that you would lead, guide, and direct us. Give us wisdom, and so too in the House. And we thank you for the privilege to serve our constituents here in the state of Alabama, and we're grateful and commit this time to you in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Roberts. Today, the pledge will be led by Will Ross. Will is a junior at Auburn University and is interning for Senator Gudger. War Eagle.
Attention, salute, pledge.
All right. Thank you, Will. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 33 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Senator Jones.
Mr. President, move we allow for committee reports at any point throughout the day.
All right, thank you. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, committee reports. Secretary, call the first committee.
From the Committee on State Government Affairs, House Bill number 541 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 7 ayes and 2 nays.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding primary elections, to establish the Safeguard Alabama Voter Engagement Act, to require electors to register their party affiliation in order to vote in primary elections and to provide for deadlines to register party affiliation. To amend Section 1713.1, 1713.7 Code of Alabama to prohibit electors registered with a political party from voting a different political party ballot at a primary election or primary runoff election, to require the Secretary of State to retain certain voter history information as a public record, to amend Section 17.352 to require the Secretary of State to revise the voter application form to allow for party registration, to repeal Section 1713.71, which prohibits crossover voting between a primary election and subsequent primary runoff election, to amend Section 1713.47 to require political parties to publish qualifications for candidates on the websites of the political parties and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style.
These bills see the second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 630 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 631 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 632 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Etowah County to amend Section 4528-243 Code of Alabama 1975 to increase the amount of time necessary for accommodations supplied to be exempt from privilege and license tax in the county. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 633 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Etowah County to amend Section 4528-121 Code of Alabama to provide further for the membership of the Personnel Board.
These bills proceed to second read and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions.
Do you want this mic? This one? All right, I get that one.
Mr. President, I have a
Senator Melson.
resolution.
Mr. President,
Hold on, Senator, let me get Senator Melson first.
I just.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 117 by Senator Melson commending Dylan Nutt on winning the 2026 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for immediate consideration.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
I'd like to ask all members be added to the resolution.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr.
And
President.
move for adoption.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Move for adoption.
All those in favor say it. Huh? Okay, this is on resolution. Okay, you want it to go to rules? Oh, you, no, he had a, that was on the all senators as co-sponsors. Okay, well, I've already on that. Now, so I already did that. Now we're on the final passage. You want to speak on that? Okay, you're recognized. Yeah, I just didn't understand what you're doing.
F. Mr. President, I want to make myself clear then because I won't be understood.
Okay.
You know, I want to just be recognized every opportunity to be able to talk today.
Okay.
Every opportunity, if it's 5 minutes, 1 minute, if it's 10, 15, whatever it is. Because I think I need to make myself clear to the body because, you know, most folks don't know why I'm standing up here doing this. But I just want to let everybody be clear of this. I am sick and tired of my citizens being ripped off by these folks who run around who done sent y'all letters in the mail, postcards, calling, talking about, do you want to sell your house? Now you know who I'm talking about, don't you? Everybody understand what I'm talking about. If realtors have got to have license, if they got to be monitored by the Securities Commission, I be dog, we gonna have some rogue folks out here that ain't licensed by nobody, ain't under no consideration, who telling folks they value their property is what the little tax, you know, when you get your tax notice, that ain't your market value of your property. That's what they ripping folks off, telling them, giving them their little money and then going over there, and then they are getting around by saying it's an assignment. They using terminology so they shouldn't come under the rules that real estate people come under. So I want y'all to know why I'm up here. I want everybody to understand. And I asked for it to be on the calendar. I asked twice for this bill to be on the calendar. And it ain't on there yet. And I think the rules chair will verify this, and I hope our manager in here will verify that I ain't asked but for 2 bills this whole time to be on here, and they ain't even Smithman's bills, they're house bills. One of them y'all passed yesterday was the chaplain bill for the preachers and the schools, and this bill. And I be dog, if I done been in this whole session, and yes, y'all know I've done a lot doing this thing to help people, bag off of stuff and everything else. Y'all know I have. And I be dog, if I can't get this on here because somebody who ain't even a legislator, somebody who ain't even a lobbyist, got more power and gonna tell me I can't get a bill on here and they trump me, that ain't gonna happen in this legislature. One of y'all fine, we colleagues, okay? But you gonna talk about some outside joker? No, not with me. I'm not gonna be happy with that. So I want y'all to know what's going on. So nobody be confused and saying, well, why he doing this? And why he doing it? That's why I'm doing it. Okay? So I don't see it on here, and it may not never get here, but I'm gonna stand up here. No matter what the circumstances, no matter what happens, I'm not moving. And yes, I mentioned to the speaker, to our secretary, and I told him, I actually have an injury on my right leg. I have an injury. I want y'all to understand that. My right leg is hurting right now, but I'll stand up here until it falls off. Till it falls off. Yeah, we got the rules. You have to stand in the bed. I'll stand here. I signed the thing. Voted for the rules. So I don't have no problem with it. But I be dog if I'm gonna let somebody rip off my citizens. Rip them off. Take these old folks' houses. Come on, y'all. I'm not gonna let that. That's the only thing they got in life. And we gonna let some rogue folks come in here and rip them off? No. And I'm not saying y'all in agreement that ought to happen. That's not what I'm saying. But we can't get to it if it ain't on here. We can't even find a way to compromise if it ain't on here. So since we are where we are, then let's just, we'll just rock and roll and talk and do everything else, that we need to do. Just that simple. House messages, if they let me talk, if the rules, which I know they do, I'm gonna talk on them. I'm gonna talk on anything that comes across this desk. That's my goal today. Any and everything that come across this desk. I ain't got but one request of y'all in here right now, other than what I said. If somebody can get me about 2 Mountain Dews, I need 2 Mountain Dews. I already got 4 Three Musketeers. I don't need but 2 Mountain Dews. And I'm ready to rock and roll, okay? I'm ready for it. I want y'all to know I had a great time last night. A great time, y'all. I had one of the best times I done had down here. I had one of the best times in the world. I want y'all to know that. In the world. So I'm just very happy that we were able to do that. Can I get a copy of that resolution I'm talking on? I know that I have to. Hey, for all you people that are legal scholars, you don't have to be no lawyer, but legal scholars, I know I have to have what's called a nexus. It's the word in law, it's a nexus. That means I've got to connect stuff I said to make it relate so I'll be somewhat germane. I know that. So if I can get a copy of it, I can tie in what I'm saying into this resolution, I think. So it's nothing, I want everybody to understand. It ain't nothing about this. It ain't nothing about the resolutions. It's about what I told y'all. Okay? It's about that. So I wanted to say that. And is there anybody can get a copy of the resolution? Can I get a copy of it? Okay. All right. So that's where we find ourselves. Today, unfortunately, I got a chance to look at this. I would have gone to people I think that probably could have helped me more this morning, but I saw this document at 10:13. It's when I saw this. It's the first time I've had any conversation about this document, and it was sitting in my office, and it was somebody happened to be in there, and I looked at this and went through this, and I couldn't find 586 on here for nothing in the world. And, I don't know if folks trying to do these outside folk favors or are they letting them, whatever it is, I don't know. But I refuse. I'm going to say that again. I refuse to be down here to represent 150,000 people and let some joker who ain't even a part of our direct process trump me from having an opportunity and being to have one bill on here. One bill. No. That ain't gonna happen. At least I can't say what ain't gonna happen. I can say I'm not going to accept it without the maximum amount of resistance that these procedures and rules will allow me to use. Thank you very much. So I just want everybody to know that whatever that is, to what extent it is, So I just want everybody to understand what's going on with me today and why. So, we just find ourselves where we are. Now, this resolution. How much time I get on the resolution? 50? You said 50? How much more time I got left? I got 6.5 left. Oh, I can just talk them 6.5. I ain't got to read this. Oh, no, I can just talk a little bit. Now, I've had some people come talk to me about some of these other bills, and some of these bills are good. In fact, I had a chance to have breakfast with, thank you. Yes, sir. I'm ready to rock and roll now. And look at this. I got some juicy fruit. Also, and when the throats get bad, look here, I got some throat lozenges. I'm ready. I just want y'all to know I came ready to work. Okay, but I had breakfast this morning with, let me find what, with Representative Dubois, because she talked about the fact that we want to make sure that Miss America is designated an official state ambassador. And I agree with her. In fact, I told her if she's going to be one of our ambassadors, I think we need, and most of these young ladies are in school, in college or something, we need to give them a little stipend. Because we asking them to take their time to go out here and represent the state, and as a result of that, then they can't be doing work study. They can't be doing other things that help generate some income because they're in college. And it costs a lot to go to school. So I'm all for that. And if somebody bring an amendment saying that they want to give them a little stipend, I will support that 100%. See? So that's why that's one example I was telling y'all, there's some good stuff on here. There's some good stuff on here. As a calendar, I don't see no major problem. I think a lot of effort went into this calendar. A lot of effort went into it. So, I don't have any problem with that. Not at all. No, I hadn't even looked at the calendar to see how we represented on it because I ain't even there yet to the calendar, so I don't know. And some of y'all probably have to help me because by being House bills, unless it's an obvious person. I don't know who it might be or whether or not it might be one of those bills. I mean, you know, now right now, you know, I'm looking at the you know, well, I'm gonna get into that later on, because I'm sure we will get to this point that we'll get to this calendar. I'm pretty sure we'll get on it. You know, there's no doubt in my mind. So when we get to that point, then I'll talk about that. I can say that for that purpose. I think you gave me one just a few minutes ago. Okay, all right. Let me see. Commending Dialing Nuts on winning the 2026 Bass Pro Shop Bass Master Classic. I'd like to find out what was the win and how they do this in these Bass Masters. You catch a bunch of fish and then the one who got the most weight fish, or is it the one who catch the biggest fish? Can anybody tell me about that? I don't know. I ain't never been in no contest. Now I like to fish. Oh, I like to fish. Oh man, look, I can remember. And I'm gonna tell y'all some of the best fishing it is. See, I'm gonna be Jermaine. I told you that.
Biggest five fish. The biggest five fish.
Fly fish.
Five. So
biggest
the
five
biggest
fish.
five.
Okay.
That's how they do the Bassmaster each day.
Okay. Do they let you go into the little back creeks? Cause see, and get the prize? Because I said it because how many of y'all, when a big rain come, that them big old carp fish, y'all seen them big old carp fish about that big? You can just get a little fishing pole in the creek and put it right there. You snatch them out. I can get about 5 of them. I'll be the winner. You know, now I realize it's not a bass, but they all have, you know how you have, like they got the high school athletics, you got the public and then the private. So they all have the private championship in any fish. I can get the big old them big old carps. The bass, I may not have that. Oh, and I love the fish now, don't get me wrong. How many of y'all like to troll where you catch crappie? Y'all heard of crappies? Yeah, you troll your boat, and them crappies hit. And I used to go up on Lake Logan Martin up there and be in the boat. Now, I can't stay but a half a day. I ain't staying out there all day. And same thing with catfish. You got to go at night. See, y'all know I know a little bit about fishing. You got to go at night. They're going to go to the bottom. You just drop your little line in there, sit back and relax. And when you see the whole pole go in there, you got a catfish about that big. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. See, I grew up by a lake. See, I grew up in Montevallo. And I grew up on the other side of the bank of the lake. So all I had to do was walk out the house and fish. So I had a great time fishing. And I hope when we had these conferences, you know, back in the day, when we had these conferences, you know, they had two things you could mainly do, you know, for the recreation. You either could play golf or you could go fishing. So it was a period in my life I didn't play golf. See, so I went to the fishing, you know, and you talking about having a good time. Oh, yeah. Now, believe it or not, how much time I got? Okay, good. Let me tell you, I used to didn't eat fish. I ain't eat nothing but fried shrimp. That was it. Now, I eat sometimes them rims. You know, you fry them, crispy. You know, cut the head off or pop them little eyes out. You know, then you clean them good and scrape them. Take them fins off of them. Throw them in that frying pan and cook them crispy. Get you 2 slices of bread, some hot sauce, some mustard, and a little ketchup on the side. And man, I used to grow up eating them fish. You know, they were good. But now, in 94, okay, time up?
All right, yeah, time's up. All right, I think the motion, adoption of the resolution. All those in...
Roll call, long roll call, please.
All right.
Y'all
Call
raise your
sustained.
hand.
Yeah.
Getting a little formal in here. When you hear me say that, get your hands up. Okay?
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, she did. All right. Secretary, call a long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Aye. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison.
I encourage
Mr.
you to
Elliott.
vote yes.
Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey.
Good morning, my friend.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson.
Aye.
Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shillnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 27 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Melson resolution's adopted. All right,
Mr. President, thank you.
you're welcome. All right, any other motions or resolutions?
Mr. President,
All right,
I have a Senate joint resolution. I'd ask for immediate consideration.
all right. You object to immediate consideration?
No, I don't
Okay.
object to that.
Okay, hold on, let me get it read in. All right, no objection. Secretary Reed received the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 118 by Senator Barfoot commending the Montgomery Academy boys basketball team on winning the 2026 boys Class 3A Alabama High School State Championship.
All right,
Can I be recognized?
yeah.
I mean, if he do what he
All right, you got anything else you want to make a?
Mr. President, I'd make a motion for passage and unanimous consent and that all senators be added to that. If that needs to be separate motions, I'll be glad to make it that way.
Okay, we're good. You want to speak on that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't, let me say this first. If the rule chair wants this mic, I'll go get the other one. I don't mind. You want this one? You want this mic? 'Cause I'm going to get that one. I'm going to be at the mic, so you get your choice. You senior it over me, so you. I might be talking tomorrow. Okay. All right.
Senator Smitherman.
Yes, sir.
So he had a thing about just all senators as co-sponsor. You care if I go ahead and get that out of the way for him?
No, sir.
Is that fine? All right, any objection to that? All right, hearing none, so ordered. All right, now we're on this, right? And you want to speak on that?
I do.
All right, you're recognized.
Okay. Could I get since you put it up there, could I get a copy of the resolution?
This one's on the Montgomery Academy that just, this is,
Oh, I can talk good on
right.
that one. That's
Yeah,
a
do you
favorite.
still need it? You still need a copy of it?
Yeah, if I can
Okay.
get one. If I can get one. In the meantime, I'll start talking, for time's sake. Senator, I see why you had to come back, because when we was in recess, it was kind of hard to get everybody's name on it. And what I'm planning, the one that I did for the superintendent, I'm going to try my best to get it out here probably tomorrow. Same one, so I can get everybody's name on it, even though we presented it and everything. I just think it's important that he's able to get everybody's name on it. I know I know that you're proud of them, and I am too, because it ain't every day that you can win a state championship. And for them to gel together, they had to like each other. They learned to be friends if they wasn't already. And that's the key thing because it's a thing that's called, you have to trust your teammate. You have to trust them, and the coach has to have trust in them, and them reversible into the coach. Once you get past those things, it's easier to mold them into what they need to be. Okay, so I can't help but be proud of them, because it takes so much sacrifice, so much work, so much 6 a.m. in the morning having practice before you go to school, because these boys got to get lessons. So I'm sure that they have a schedule set up that they are not there to know 8, 9, 9:30 at night through the week at practice because they have to get their lessons. They look like the kind of young men like when we have athletes like us. Some days they'll come tell you as a coach, I got to go to tutoring first, and then I'll come on to practice. And you have to let those athletes do that without being penalized. Because if a coach don't understand that, they're going to tell this kid, they're going to say, okay, fine. Then you get the guy that's playing behind them. They're having an outstanding practice, and all of a sudden you want to start thinking about all the change. So what you've done, you penalize that young man or young woman simply because they're trying to take care of their academics. So that takes a smart coach. And that coach had to obviously be able to manage those things to do that.
I know it's your microphone and your time, but I just want to dialogue with you.
Yeah.
So that, when we talked about the accomplishment of those men that were here today and the 4A champions and the 5A champions that we've also honored this year, you're right. That doesn't start on when the tip-off happens. That goes back a long way. And to do it once is an accomplishment. To do it twice is really serious business. And I understand you actually coached a team that did it 4 times in a row. Is that right?
That's correct. I did. And you're right. That it's hard because you want to celebrate. You want to celebrate and you want to exhale. And to me, I'll give you an example of what I think. I'm not taking anything away from like UCLA. You remember the women's? But when South Carolina beat UConn, to me, they kind of exhaled. And here's UCLA waiting on them. And it's so easy to do that. And these are college women. It's super hard for high school students not to feel like, oh, when I go out there, they just gonna roll over because we the champs. And for him to get them and keep them at that level, or what we call being hungry for the championship. For them to make sense as to why in April I got to be in the gym when really some of them want to be just playing AAU, traveling around the country. But the first priority is their school team. And so for them to make that sacrifice, that speaks volumes for them.
You talked about there's a lot more than, as the old folks used to say, X's and O's and Jimmy's and Joe's. It is that motivation by the coach, isn't it? It's that motivation. You've seen that at the college level with Coach Saban. Again, the player turnover that he had there, the assistant coach turnover that he had there, and to be able to continually motivate those young people. And to your point, as hard as that must be at the college level, at the high school level, how difficult is that?
It is, and molding people. I'll tell you what, when you said that about Coach, one of the things, and
so, going back, I know your discussion, but the whole motivation thing is not just true on the football field or the basketball court. It's true in life, and I told those young men that what they need to do, is that they need to internally make sure they know what they're going to do, what they're not going to do. They need to instill that into themselves when those hard decisions come, and they will come throughout life as they grow older, whether it's in college and they're presented with certain things that they've never seen before, been around, is that they've made those decisions now before they get into the heat of battle to make sure that they have the ability to stand strong against all of those things that'll be coming at them as they reach adulthood.
Senator, we have a couple of our colleagues in here who have their family here, and there are some things that I think that the pro tem needs to do regarding them, and out of my love and my respect for my colleagues and for you, of course, I'm going to encourage you to go on and pass this And then I know with his power, he don't have to have me to yield nothing to him, but I'm gonna yield the mic to the pro tem so he can do those things from our colleagues that we need to get done prior to going to this luncheon that we're supposed to go to. So I'm yielding back to him, Mr. President, to go on and finish.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you.
But I will be back when we come back from
I
lunch.
understand. I'd renew my motion for a motion to adopt using, if there's a
You
previous.
find Senator Smithland voice vote? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. Thanks, Senator Barfoot.
You, sir.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a special recognition today for two of our own that is leaving us. So I have a resolution that I would like to add all of the senators to with immediate consideration using the roll, but I'd like to pass this resolution.
All right, let me get the resolution first. All right, Secretary Reed receive the resolution.
And I need to make a motion to suspend the rules
Hold on one
to be
second.
able, okay.
All right, y'all got the resolution?
Senate Joint Resolution number 119 by Senator Gudger, commending Senator Thomas Wayne Butler on his accomplished career of service.
All right, and you're going to suspend the rules, Senator Gudger?
I'll take a motion to suspend the rules.
All right.
Previous short.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so the rules are suspended so the spouses can come out. All right, now we're on the resolution. You want to have all senators as co-sponsors, is that right?
That is correct, Mr.
All right, any
President.
objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, did you want the resolution read?
I would, as long as when they're, I'd like for their wives to come up front. Please come up to the front. Senator Butler.
All right. Secretary, if you could read the Senator Butler resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution commending Senator Thomas Wayne Butler on his accomplished career of service. Whereas highest commendations are herein conveyed to Senator Thomas Wayne Tom Butler in recognition of the vital role he has played in state leadership and his unwavering personal commitment to the welfare and prosperity of the residents of Alabama. Whereas he has diligently and conscientiously devoted innumerable hours of his time, talents, and energy to the betterment of his community and this state, as dramatically evidenced by his distinguished and lengthy service in the Alabama State Senate. Whereas Senator Butler was elected in 1994 to represent the 2nd District of Alabama, encompassing eastern Limestone County and western Madison County, including the city of Athens, Huntsville, and Madison. Whereas prior to his tenure in the Alabama Senate, he honorably served as a member of the Alabama House of Representatives from 1982 to 1994, initially representing District 17 and thereafter District 6 for the remainder of his legislative service in that chamber. Whereas a native of Huntsville, Senator Butler is a graduate of the University of Alabama and Auburn University, a pharmacist and health underwriter by profession. He is also an active member of Optimist International, the North Alabama Health Underwriters Association, and the Alabama Pharmaceutical Association. Whereas throughout his distinguished career in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, his legislative accomplishments have spanned a broad spectrum of public policy, including his championship of major infrastructure initiatives, and he played an instrumental role in securing the $92 million US 72 widening project for his district and in advocating for the 4-laning of Alabama 53 from Huntsville to the Tennessee state line. He also worked to secure $7 million in funding for a replacement Saturn IB rocket at the Alabama Welcome Center in Ardmore. Whereas his steadfast conservative leadership has helped guide Madison and Limestone counties to new heights of growth and opportunity, a true working legislator, he authored and sponsored the BRAC Education Bill, which brought $175 million to local schools, and he authored the legislation that enabled the city of Madison to establish its own school system. He also secured funding for the University of Alabama in Huntsville Applied Sciences Center and the National Space Science and Technology Center. Whereas a staunch advocate for Alabama's veterans, Senator Butler sponsored legislation to construct state veterans nursing homes in Huntsville and Bay Minette and successfully secured funding for the Veterans Museum and Archives in Athens, as well as for the Alabama Veterans Assistance Fund. Whereas drawing upon his professional expertise as a pharmacist, Senator Butler authored and secured funding for legislation placing automated external defibrillators in schools, government buildings, and volunteer fire departments statewide. He also sponsored Right to Choose legislation to ensure patients could select their own pharmacy and work diligently to reduce the cost of prescription medications for Alabama families. where Senator Butler served with distinction on numerous House and Senate committees, including as chair of the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee and as a member of the Finance and Taxation, Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, and Transportation and Energy and Healthcare Committees. Whereas beyond his legislative service, Senator Butler has remained deeply committed to faith and community, serving as an active member of the University Baptist Church, including as a missionary to South America. He is also affiliated with Gideon's International, the Alabama Republican Executive Committee, the Community Free Clinic Board, and the Calhoun Community College Foundation Board. Where Senator Butler readily acknowledges that none of these accomplishments would have been possible without the love, steadfast support, and encouragement of his wife, Karen, a registered nurse. His daughter, Robin, a registered nurse, and his late daughter, Jill, who faithfully served as a teacher at Monrovia Elementary School. Whereas it is the sense of this legislature that Senator Butler's legacy will endure not only in the roads built, schools strengthened, and lives changed through his legislative efforts, but also in the integrity, conviction, and servant leadership with which he conducted himself, setting a standard of principled public service that will long inspire those who follow in his footsteps. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that in recognition of his exemplary and devoted service to the Alabama legislature and to the people of the state, Senator Thomas Wayne Butler is hereby honored and commended, and this resolution is offered to him in highest tribute and deepest appreciation, with sincere gratitude for a legacy defined by faith, fortitude, and dedicated service to Alabama, along with best wishes as he embarks upon his well-earned retirement.
Hold on. Mr. President,
Senator Gudger.
I want to make sure we've got a motion to adopt this, immediate consideration.
All right, you want to go ahead and do that now?
Please go ahead and do that
All right.
part
All
first.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
I would like to say a personal point of privilege.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Butler, we love you, but we really like Karen. We've been through a lot lately. Last 2 years that you and I have really worked together, and the last 8 years that we've worked on legislation together. Well, I started researching for this resolution today and seeing what all you've done in the lifespan of you being an elected official and a statesman. It is unbelievable how you have touched so many lives, not only in your home area and in your district, but also the whole state. You are leaving a legacy that everyone will be able to endure and be able to see that you have made progress for this state throughout your whole life. We always prefer to have the leader out in front of us. You've done that with humility, and you've done that with power and integrity and your character backing it up, and with a wonderful, strong woman behind you. We want to say thank you for allowing us to serve with you and showing us what it's like to have servant leadership. And as a friend, thank you for being able to mentor me over the years. I want to greatly miss you. And this isn't the end. At the same point, we want to make sure, out of respect, that we recognize you and your beautiful wife today. And I think there's a few others that'd like to say something. Thank you.
All right, Senator Orr,
Mr. President, may I have a point of personal privilege?
you're recognized.
Well, I can't be as eloquent as our pro tem. I live right next to you in the adjacent district, so I know Tom all too well. Tom represents a lot of the area that I now, or represented a lot of the area that I now represent. But Tom, we had a lot of fights. We lost a good bit, several. With rock quarries, I don't know if other senators have problems with rock quarries and local bills, and the BRAC bill that was read out and how important that was for North Alabama. As Tom's population of his Senate District 2 shrunk and shrunk, I took more of what he used to have in Limestone County and part of Madison County, but he's represented the area so effectively and well-known there, and quite as the statesman of North Alabama. One thing I will say about Senator Butler, There's never a loss of opportunity or of his desire to get money for his district. A very strong advocate. I tease him, and I know he's going to hit me for this, but I call him Pork Daddy behind his back. But he is always strongly advocating for Madison and Limestone counties, always has, and does an excellent job. And we're proud to call you a friend, Tom, and certainly appreciate your service to our state. We as a state are so much the better for it. And thank you for going out with a long legacy of achievement. You could have not come back in 2018, but you chose to and served another 8 years with us and have done an exemplary job. And the people of Morgan, or Limestone, and you used to represent Morgan, and Madison counties are certainly proud of the job you've done and the better for it. So thank you and God bless. And certainly Karen, strong woman all these years. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Senator Orr. All right, Senator Beasley,
May I have a point of personal privilege?
you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a great day in one sense of the word, and it's a sad day in another sense. I think back, I've known Tom since 1978. My brother was running for governor, and I was campaigning for him in Huntsville. And I always went to the drugstores, and when I went in, I met Tom for the first time. And he and I have been friends since 1978. He has been a staunch supporter of the professional pharmacy for the last 36 years that he served in the Alabama legislature, House and Senate. And Karen, you've been a tremendous supporter for Tom, and you're a tremendous person yourself. Tom is a person who, he gives back to the citizens of Madison County and Limestone, I think you represent as well, and at one time Morgan County. But your service to the people of Alabama and your district in the Alabama Senate is unparalleled. And you've been my friend for many, many years, and I treasure our friendship. You and I have worked on projects together, and when we passed the pharmacy benefit regulatory bill last year, you were very instrumental in that as well, because you kind of led the fight the year before, you and I together. But I remember you came to the mic and spoke very eloquently and professionally in support of retail pharmacy in the state of Alabama. And again, I just want to congratulate you on your retirement. We're going to miss you, and I wish you nothing but the best. Thank you.
All right, Senator Wagner,
Mr. President, I ask for a point of personal privilege.
you're recognized.
Tom, you and I have been friends longer, I guess, than anybody in this body. We served in the House together, served in the Senate together for a number of years. You've been a dear friend, a dear advocate for things that we both believe in. And I just want to thank you for our time together, our friendship, and the opportunity that we've had to serve the people of Alabama from our respective districts. Someday, maybe in the not too distant future, I'm going to stand where you're standing. It's obvious that we're all going to face this day, but I know it's not an easy decision. It'll not be an easy decision for any of us. But you've been a great House member, been a great senator, and you've been a great friend. Thank you.
Senator Albritton,
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of personal privilege to speak about my friend Tom Butler.
you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm younger than you, and I haven't known you nearly as long as some of the others here have, but I'll remember you. I think this is on purpose because this has increased the sale of metformin. Tom, you've been a friend. there have been many times that I've had to call upon you on the phone and say, can you help me with this? Can you sit in on this? And there's been almost every time you said, oh yeah, I've done that before. Oh yeah, I started that avenue or whatever. You've always been able to fill in the gaps and to be able to stand in the stead of just about anything or anyone, and willing to do so. I appreciate that very much. I also want to compliment, if there's anyone that has been a stalwart of the Veterans Museums, you have been. I've been honored to help with some of those things. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping the state of Alabama. And I'm taking these.
All right, Senator Gavan,
May I be recognized for a personal privilege?
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aaron, thank you for sharing Tom with us for the years and the support that you've given him. I know that it's very difficult to do this without that support at home and encouragement. And I want to thank the Senator for the encouragement he's given me over the years and the confidence he's given me in mentoring me and working together for Madison County. And he lives in Madison now, but he will always be a Huntsville boy, and we will always claim him. Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Mr. President, one last thing. One of the greatest compliments somebody can give you in this State House is through your whole lifespan of politics, your yeses have been yes, and your noes have been noes, and your convictions have stayed true, and your morals have stayed where they needed to be, which is planted firmly in Jesus Christ. I just want to say thank you for being a mentor and a friend to everybody up here, and thank you for your family sacrificing, your wife sacrificing, the time it's taken away. But in the end, the world is a better place because both of y'all are in it. So thank you very much from the Alabama State Senate. We love you both.
All right, Senator Butler.
Mr. President, thank you very much. The best speech is a very short speech, and from the bottom of my heart, I'm going to make this not a 7-hour filibuster. I remember spending 7 hours at the other podium one time, but this will be very brief and felt from the heart. Thank you.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have another resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the other resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution number 120 by Senator Gudger and others commending Senator John W. Williams on his professional accomplishments in the Alabama legislature.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Mr. President, I would like to go ahead and ask for adoption using the short roll with all senators added.
All right, all added as co-sponsors. All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. And then you want to move for adoption of the resolution?
Please.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. And then you want it read?
Please.
Okay, Secretary, read the resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution commending Senator John W. Williams on his professional accomplishments in the Alabama legislature. Whereas it is with the highest admiration and deepest respect that we commend the Honorable John W. Jack Williams, currently serving his second term as a Republican member of the Alabama Senate, following one term in the House of Representatives, for his many accomplishments and tireless devotion to our state, particularly in matters involving the rights of Alabama's farmers, small business owners, and rural communities. Whereas Senator Jack Williams has represented the 34th District since 2018, as a member of the Alabama House of Representatives, he previously served the 102nd District from 2014 to 2018. Was born in Mobile County in 1955 and a lifelong resident of Wilmer, Alabama, Senator Williams is a fourth-generation farmer and has lived his entire life in District 34. He graduated from Mary G. Montgomery High School and has been married to his loving wife, Bobby, for 50 years. They are members of the Wilmer Baptist Church and actively support 4-H. Whereas together, Senator and Mrs. Williams built J. Bar W. Farm, a family-run operation focused on cattle, timber, and hay production. In 1986, they expanded into the nursery business, founding the Twin Oaks Nursery in Wilmer. The success of that company led to their acquisition of Tom Dodd Nurseries in Sims, growing the business into one of the largest nursery operations of its kind in the country. Today, their son John owns and manages the nursery, while their grandson Micah manages daily operations at the cattle farm. Whereas throughout his service in the Alabama legislature, Senator Williams has been a consistent voice for conservative values and currently serves as the vice chair of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee, as well as the Banking and Insurance Committee. He also has served as chair of the Mobile County Legislative Committee, in addition to serving on committees supporting children and youth health, confirmations, health care, transportation and energy, and the Permanent Legislative Committee on Reapportionment. Where Senator Williams spearheaded efforts to ban lab-grown meat in Alabama, cut taxes on agricultural fencing, and legalize baiting for deer and feral pig hunting. Time and again, he has proven to be a trusted friend to cattlemen, foresters, producers, and small business owners across the state of Alabama. Whereas most recently, Senator Williams sponsored and passed legislation that brings relief to truck drivers across the state. The bill restricts state law enforcement from detaining more than 5 trucks on the roadside at one time and allows drivers to appeal an overweight citation should they be found to be within the legal limit at a fixed body scale. Whereas Senator Williams is widely respected for his support of hardworking farm families and small business owners, protection of our state's natural resources, and a conservative approach toward government regulations. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the Honorable John W. Jack Williams is highly honored and commended for his many contributions to the people of Alabama, and we express profound gratitude for his dedicated service as a mentor, role model, and advocate for future leaders, inspiring others through his professionalism, compassion, and tireless work ethic. Be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the official record as a lasting tribute to Senator Jack Williams' exemplary leadership and enduring impact on the residents of Alabama.
Mr. President,
Senator Gudger,
I'd like a point of personal privilege.
you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Senator Williams, you are fun, my friend. I had a T-shirt back in the day when I was in high school that said "No Fear" on it, and I feel like I should give you that T-shirt because it's whether you're chasing a 300-pound hog through the field and jumping on his back with a knife, which I would never do. I don't see how you do that. Or we're just going to your place to shoot and have a good time on the river. Or you're up here facing people with legislation that you know is doing the right thing. You don't have any fear. Not only do you not have any fear, you're fun. Everywhere we go, you're laughing, you're smiling, and you're not scared to do what you think is right. This whole body knows that. And as you travel up and down that road and that truck out there with your face on it, we all see you, and we see Miss Bobby right there next to you. You exemplify what the marriage is supposed to be. You exemplify the way that you're supposed to love a woman and that she loves you and how you support each other. Because not only the men and women that are in this chamber right here, but our spouses and our families sacrifice just as much. And watching Miss Bobby run all over this state with you has been just a pleasure for me because I said that's the way it's supposed to be. Your tribute's a little different than Senator Butler's. You're not truly retiring because you've got office in front of you is what I truly believe. Everybody in here is behind you. You're an ambassador for this state. We're ambassadors for you, and we just want you to know that we love you. We're proud of you, and you've got friends for life in this chamber. So don't ever think, ever, that you and Bobby are on your own. You've got people that you can call on, and we'll be right there for you, my friend, and we sure do love you, buddy. I think we have some other senators as well, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Figures.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will miss my local delegation colleagues, Senator Williams, Jack Williams. And let me just say, I love you, Jack. I love you, Bobby, because I love how you love others as well. You definitely have a heart for others, and I just so appreciate you for that. And you truly are one. When you and Bobby marry, you all are one, and you have exemplified that in so many ways. And I know that only Senator Williams has a vote and a voice in this Senate. But I will have to tell you, some years ago, Senator Williams had this bill about wild hogs and how they were destroying gardens and farms, yes. And I remember Bobby and I were together. I think we had come over to your house, and she explained to me why this bill was so important and what it did to the economy and to farmers and all. And I came back and explained that bill, and it passed. But it was because of Miss Bobby. So I told Jack, I teased him for quite a while that I said, now you know Bobby passed that bill, not you. But I would definitely miss all of you as a family, and I definitely hope to continue to see you around and that you will continue to be a part of my life. I just pray God's richest blessings over you as you go forward on your journey and writing your next chapter in life. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Williams, it has been a privilege to serve with you. And one of our first orientation gatherings, you, Bobby, my wife, and I sat and had lunch. And it was just an incredible, warm welcome as you welcomed us to be serving here in this building. And forever I'll be grateful. We have a family motto: you can fake here and you can't fake showing up. Jack Williams, Bobby, y'all show up. You serve with your whole hearts, and I'm most grateful for that. And look forward to working with you for at least another quadrennium as you're our Ag Commissioner in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Senator Roberts.
Mr. President.
Senator Sessions.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege.
You recognize?
All right. Gonna miss my buddy on the Senate floor. But I tell you what, there's not two harder working people that are going up and down this state that'll work harder for the agriculture community than Jack and Bobby Williams. They're good people. I look forward to him being our next Ag Commissioner. I'm backing Jack. And he's been a friend. He's been a hell of a team player. He's always thinking about others. He's always trying to do what is right. And I'll miss him here.
Senator Gavan.
Point of personal privilege.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have enjoyed sitting over in the fun corner with Jack over the last 4 years and visiting with him about a variety of issues and serving with him over the last 8 years. The one thing that you can, if there's anything you can take to the bank, if Jack Williams tells you something, he's going to honor it. More so than anybody in here, he knows how to stick. And that's not casting aspersions on anybody else, but by golly, Jack Williams will do whatever he's got to do to back up his word. And I just had so much admiration for that. And even when you were on the other side of me, I respected you for sticking with what you said you were going to do. And I just thank you for that, Senator.
Senator Chastain.
Mr. President, moment of personal privilege.
You recognized.
Jack and Bobby, y'all have been great friends. Stephanie and I had an opportunity to serve with you one term in the House when you came in 2014. And I knew from the first time he ever walked over and was talking with me, we were going to hit it off. Because you know what he was doing? He was showing me a picture on his phone of his new black baldies, bred black baldies that he had bought, and bragging about them calves. And so that we just built a good relationship, friendship through that time. And, you know, when we came into the Senate, Senator Sessions and Senator Williams and I came in with a big freshman class, and we were known as the JUCO transfers because we had a group of freshmen, and then I forget the name that was given to Senator Butler at that time, but Jack and David and I were the JUCO transfers, but they let us fit in well with the freshman class. But I have been really good friends and listened to Jack. Jack and Bobby, can't say one without the other, are successful. But that didn't happen overnight. To hear some of the stories that he shared with us through the years of how he got to where he got right now is a true testament and effort to those two digging in and getting it done, and his love for agriculture. And the farming community has shown
my life. But I just want to say to my good friend, John Jack, that you befriended me when you didn't have to. And I appreciate and respect that. We've worked on a lot together, even in secrets when other folks know we weren't even working on things together. Bobby, you've become a friend. And I just want to say thank you for the service. We created the Hotel Caucus. And in the Hotel Caucus, we used to have some great times. And Jack would even get a reservation for me when I didn't even want to stay at that hotel. I would have to stay. And he would be someone who would be sitting up at midnight. If I didn't come in at midnight, he'd be sitting there waiting on me to come in so we could sit there and have a fireball together. But that just shows the person that he is and how genuine he is. And I respect that, Jack. And I love you, man. I love you from the bottom of my heart, Bobby. And I love the way you love me back. Thank you, my friend. We'll miss you.
Senator Price.
Yes, point of personal privilege. Jack and Bobby, thank you for what you've done. Well, what you've done in your community, but what you've also brought to this chamber. And there's a lot of things. We have become very close friends. We've talked a lot about cows. We've talked a lot about a lot of different things. And here the phone's going off again. But anyway, I just want to tell you that I know that your future is bright. I know that that you will make a tremendous ag commissioner because you know the needs of the people that you'll be representing. But your friendship means so much to me and Olene. And I just want to tell you that keep up the good work. God bless you. And looking forward to many more years of friendship.
Mr. President.
Senator Smotherman.
Could I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Jack, we're going to miss you, man. That's the best way I can tell we're going to miss you. But we are glad to see you going forward the way you're headed. I think that the farmers and our people in our state and agriculture are fortunate to have somebody to understand what you're going to do. You know, you've educated me a whole lot about the farm and about everything. And, you know, you also gave me some credibility. Because half these folks didn't believe when I was talking about the Dutch rat. Y'all remember that? Well, Jack pulled up a picture of one to show just what it really, I really was, knew what I was talking about. But I just want to tell you that these years that you've been here with us, they've been some wonderful years. And I'm gonna show you just how much power you got. I try to go back as much as I can when I can. And it's like what Senator Singleton was saying. Not only it's hard for me to discipline myself to stay here, but when you can get me to stay out the Hope Hole, you know, that tells you a lot. We have to get me to stay out there. You know, so and it's because of Senator Sessions and everyone else. I'm gonna say that you brought to us what we had a long time ago. And that was the ability for us to come together. For us to come together as friends. Let's come together and be relaxed. Forget all of this, what we having to do here, and just come to know each other. You set a framework for us to do that. And if you continue to do that, you're going to make Alabama better because you're going to set a framework where everybody in the state going to understand how to come together, rural, urban, and the relationship that is needed for that union for this state to be great. So continue to do what you're doing, and I want you to know that, I want God to be with you. And one thing, Ms. Bob, I realized, and you heard me, but I might have said it last night, he ain't confused. He know who the boss. So thank you very much. May God bless you. See you, Jack, soon.
All right. Thanks, Senator Smith. Senator Beasley.
Thank you. Point of personal privilege, Mr. Governor.
Recognized.
Well, Jack, I remember the first time that my wife Rebecca and I spent some time with you and Bobby, that y'all brought us into the group, and I won't ever forget that. And I think many times on some of the conversations we've had of what a strong family person you are. You've taken care of all of your family through good times, through bad times. And that's the kind of Commissioner of Agriculture you will be. You will be for all the people in Alabama who depend on agriculture as a way of living. Agriculture is feeding our families and all the jobs that are created by the Department of Agriculture. I may have said it earlier, but I grew up in a farm family. My dad was a farmer and a merchant, about fifth generation farmers. And I fell off the wagon. I didn't do very well as a farmer, but I have all the respect and admiration in the world for the farming community in our great state of Alabama. And I wish you nothing but my best, our best in your future as you continue to. I don't know if anybody's campaigned any harder than you have in the last 2 years. You have been to every county in Alabama multiple times. And everybody recognizes the green and yellow Jack Williams van, a pickup. It thinks back, my wife's family was a John Deere dealer. So every time I see green and yellow, I think about John Deere. But I wish you nothing but the best. You're a great friend, you and Bobby, and we're going to miss you, but look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's only fitting, Senator Williams and Bobby, that you have one of your neighbors/friend, Miss Virginia, is with us today and a force to be reckoned with, from what I understand. And so, thank you for being here with us, Miss Virginia. There has been requests from both local delegations that we have pictures of the local delegation. So if we can start, since Bobby and Senator Williams is up here, let's do their delegation picture first, and then we'll go there. And before that happens, okay. And then while they're saying that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to stand in recess until 2 p.m.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand in recess till 2 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one thing I didn't say is that we have the governor's luncheon across the street for members right now. We need to start heading that way after these pictures. This started at 12, but this was more important. So as soon as we have pictures, we'll go across the street. You'll see a white tent, and for the members only for luncheon.
Make a motion to sine die.
All right, Senate's back in session. All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start doing House messages.
All right, Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 146 regarding appropriations. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, Senator Albritton.
Thank you. This is a part of the budget, and I would move to concur.
All right.
Use the long roll.
Okay. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
20 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 146. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 226 regarding supplemental appropriations.
Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, I'd move to concur using short roll.
Any objection?
Mr. President, just give me a little bit of what the concurrence is.
There's been one change in the line in the appropriation that had nothing to do with spending additional money. It just moves some additional from monies from one place to another, particularly to the Public Health Department.
That could mean a lot.
It's doing the same thing that the money was already.
It's like moving one little comma, right? I understand. Okay.
You got it. Yeah, but that's all it did is took money and changed it out from the mental health to public health.
To public
using
health.
The same monies to do the same thing.
I got you. I remember.
All right. Any objection using previous roll?
Objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Twenty-two ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 226. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 154 regarding state employees. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, I move to concur, use previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton.
State employees.
Mr. Woods.
Is this the pay raise?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
22 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 154. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 137, creating the Alabama Resilience Council. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confer with using short roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
(26 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention). Senate concurs on Senate Bill 137.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President. This is actually, hey, is this message from the House or message from the governor? Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has received the accompanying message from Her Excellency the Governor proposing an amendment to the bill, House Bill number 95 regarding elections. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Make a motion to use it short roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
So what is the executive amendment doing?
All right, Marshall, go.
Open the vote.
Let's slow this
Mr.
down
Albritton,
a little bit.
Mr.
okay?
Woods.
Let's slow this down a little bit. I'm willing to let them come out, but let's slow this down a little bit.
All right, let me get this one done then.
Thank you.
Happy to. Yeah,
Yes,
all right. 26 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. House Bill 95, the Senate concurs with the executive amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Any other?
Motions and resolutions, I believe.
Yeah, I think Senator Allen had a motion and resolution.
Mr. President,
Senator Allen.
back in September, we did a SR, but we want to do an SJR and on Leroy Jordan. And
Okay. All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 121 by Senators Allen and Singleton honoring the life and legacy of Leroy Jordan.
Mr. President, I'd like to suspend the rules and add all members of the state Senate to this resolution in honor of Leroy Jordan.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered. All right.
Ask for immediate consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Thank you. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Any other motions or resolutions? Senator Wagner, do you have some motions or resolutions? No? Okay. All right, now move on to local bills. Secretary, call the first local bill.
Page 38 of the calendar. House Bill number 611 by Representatives Wadsworth and Estes regarding Winston County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objections?
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the BR.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is not an attempt to kill anybody local bill at this last hour. I do understand that there are some contention in the calendar that I personally necessarily don't have myself, but I like to be a man of my word and honor my colleague who's not here at this present time, that he had some problems with some things that on the budget. Okay. And with that, I don't know what's going on in Winston County. And again, as I always tell y'all about local bills, I really don't care what Winston County is doing in their local bill. But we're gonna just slow this process down and talk about this for a minute and try to get to a point to where we can just get out of here today. We thought we had a calendar that was going to be a flow, but obviously there are things that comes up. And since we're talking about Winston County and we're looking at this process, I just want to say to everybody, we need to be sitting here in our last moment reminiscing, then cherishing these moments that we're in this building. This is our last shot in this building. And this building will be memorialized in shackles, in probably going to be imploded in a few weeks after we leave here, months after we leave here. This building will be no more. It will be gone. I've served 24, 25 good years of my life in this building. This cold, sometime hot room. The temperature is not just always working. But I guess we ain't supposed to be comfortable trying to make laws for the people of the state of Alabama. We need those kinds of atmospheres to keep us on our toes, to continue to make us keep our eyes open so we won't go to sleep. I think if it was too comfortable in here, we'd probably be nodding out. And so this building brings a lot of memories. I know I walked in this building in 2002 and stayed in the House for 2 years, and then I came here to the Senate. And I can remember coming to the Senate for about 2 weeks almost. I was a legislator without a home because my local probate judge failed to sign my certificate after I had won the special election because he was against me. And so I couldn't come on the Senate floor, and I couldn't go back down on the House floor. I could only be a member, you know. I was ex officio. I had to stand outside out here. I remember walking in, and Pat Harris told me, so you got to go back out because you're not official. And I was like, well, what about me as a former member then? You know, can I come in my former member status? And it was almost like I was in that gray area. I couldn't even come on either floor until they was able to convince him back in my hometown to sign that certificate certifying that election that I had won that special election. So, you know, so I guess I can't say I served every day of those terms because there was a few of those days to where I was standing outside the glass window and looking in and couldn't come in and take a vote. And so we're working on it, getting me in the building. And so I remember Mr. Harris came and told me and said, you know, we're gonna get this solved today. And so I don't know who put that dynamite under my probate judge, and wherever that dynamite went, they blew it up, and he had that certificate down here, you know, in the next couple of days. So then I had an opportunity to come on in and get my rightful seat and serve in this body. And it has been really a ride. It has really been a awesome challenge for me on one end, and it's also been really something that I'm going to cherish in my life. You know, as long as God gives me the breath in my body, that I will remember it. I don't plan on serving here forever. This has been, I know y'all be glad. I know y'all probably wish I was standing up here with Jack now retiring, right? It's not too late. You know, y'all will cry if I leave, man. Y'all will hate it. Y'all will hate it if I go. You will hate it. You will hate it. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself. You be standing up there like, do I have to really filibuster now? Bobby ain't here. We got to do it ourselves when you don't like something, you know? And so this has really been truly in this building, and I remember when we changed this furniture this furniture was done by inmates out of our Department of Correction.
Hey, Senator, I want to talk about that, but you know, you don't have to retire You could just take the rest of today off.
No, no. Look, I do it big when I do it. I don't go low. When I do it, I go big, man.
Big or go home.
That's right. I'm all gas, no brakes, and don't need me put no brakes on in the middle of the game. You know, but so if I just go for a day, then y'all gonna be like, what's wrong with him? You can probably be calling the hospital, want to know, need to get my temperature checked. And I know when I was in the hospital those few days, y'all was like, oh my God. Some of them probably prayed that I don't come back, but however.
No, you don't pray bad stuff on people. That ain't right. But back to this furniture.
Yes.
This is Senate District 30 special.
Absolutely.
State
Ingram.
and Senate District 30 in Elmore County. They built all this, custom built.
Custom built. I remember coming in and seeing them put it together. I was just coming out through the summer and seeing them, and they was coming in because the room was clean.
Mm-hmm.
And the room looked so different when it was clean. Like all of this was gone. It was just it was just odd looking. And I came back down for another meeting, and it was just slowly being put together. And so it really changed the life of this room. Really, it did. It gave this room a whole different look, and it's gonna be, we're gonna let all of this good hard craft work go down the drain.
No. We're gonna take some of it with us, I know.
Well, won't be going across the street.
I think so. I think some of it is. He's not listening.
Well, I don't know what's going to go and what's not.
Hey, I do know this. The big conference rooms over there, they making those desks right now.
They are?
Seen them. Mm-hmm. They built a template.
Okay.
According to the plans. Then they brought the template, this little like 1/8-inch plywood.
Right.
They brought the template over here and laid it all out. And then they had to pour concrete because it's elevated.
Okay.
And they had to pour that, and they want to make sure all that fit just right before they pour that concrete. And then they take the template out. I think they spray painted and marked it all, so they know.
Did you know that, Senator? How come they get to know all this stuff and we don't get to know?
Because it's in my district. That's all.
Now, that's a great answer. But so they are rebuilding us some stuff. They are doing the new building also.
Yeah, those are the committee rooms. I mean, those tables, we're going to have some big committee rooms.
We are.
And that big U-shaped table, and I've seen it.
So they're all being custom made.
And from what I understand, the folks who design all this, they weren't really happy about it.
Really not from Winston County, though. They're doing it in Elmo. I'm just staying dramatic.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, there was a guy from Winston County that was in there, and he helped.
I got you.
Yeah, he helped. And there's a resolution out there in the hall that shows the old chamber and the new chamber.
Exactly, it is.
And it shows that big difference. But, Mr. Secretary, I believe some of this furniture is going with us. Is that right? I know they're built. The desk. This won't fit right.
The desk.
But all the desks.
All the desks will go. Okay, so we will have something familiar. We'll have a piece of us over there.
That's right.
Okay,
right,
not all of us are gone.
Time's expired on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Y'all want to use the short roll?
Hands up.
Hey, that's fine. If you want the long roll, it's just a question. All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss.
Aye.
Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 611 by Representatives Wadsworth and Estes regarding Winston County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
I'd like to be recognized.
Okay. You're recognized.
Senator, is this a local bill?
Yes, sir.
How many local bills do we have?
We have 5.
5. Okay. We're gonna do them first. We're just gonna talk a few minutes on them. We're gonna elevate our talking as we move past those, because I want everybody to make sure
You got to build up, right?
Yes, I know I'll be told, and I should be told, to make sure I stay germane. But I have a plan to get us from this point to get us to this point, if it's the opportunity presented to me to present the plan. So at what point can I do that?
You're usually germane, so.
I got you. I think it'll be kind of germane. We're talking about passing bills and we're trying to pass them. We could get away with that.
You know, you're pretty good at weaving stuff in. So
this is my plan I want to present to you all, is that, and of course, you know, if we can't, we can't. You know, I mean, I won't be no way about it, but I've been thinking about it when we was on break. And before I said it, one of the motivations also for me to try to think through this is that when we went over there to that luncheon, I had several house peoples coming to me, including the speaker, and they wanted to know what was going on.
Two-way street, isn't it?
It's straight. They were straight up with me. So I shared with them what was going on. Okay, all right. And first of all, they had an understanding, and that was good, that they didn't get some kind of why and whatnot. They understand what was going on. The thing they didn't understand is that while we having to be bogged down with this bill, when they passed it overwhelmingly and sent it up here to us, you know, so for their concern, they don't understand that. They didn't criticize us, they just don't understand it. And so I'm looking to maybe do, if the body will agree with it, is to bring the bill up out of order, number one, unanimously consented to take that, then get the BIR passed and carry it over at the call of the chair, because they actually are working on a sub now. Legislative reference is working on one. And it doesn't make sense to tie this up when I can't do it. I can't do a whole lot anyway until we get the sub for you all to consider.
But that shows a little bit of progress toward where you're trying to go.
Yeah, and it puts it in a position that at that point then we can get it called up from call of the chair and have discussions out here about it. And then, if we need to change that some more, that's fine with me, because the whole essence of what I'm trying to do is that those people should be under the same rules as the realtors. It's just as simple, that's all. I'm not trying to do nothing different to them or enhance the realtors. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I'm saying if you're going to operate and do the same thing, you should be, the rules of the game should be the same, So, and I could talk why, about what's happening to citizens and all that, and give you all plenty of cases of it, but that's not what I'm trying to do right now.
So procedurally, how do you figure we get to that point?
I guess we'd have to get past whatever we're doing right
Yeah.
now with this bill,
Yeah.
and if I can,
Well-
if we can call it up out of order,
Yeah,
at what point, and then get the BR and carry it over.
Yeah.
Do we need the BR now? Has he signed both budgets?
Yeah, we do, because the House has to transmit the ETF as well. Both budgets have to be transmitted before the BR goes away. And I assume ours have been transmitted, because we concurred earlier. But I guess procedurally, we would need to get past this item on the regular order calendar, and then before the next item is called, then the floor would be free at that point for the motion.
I would think, I know the secretary can tell us, but I would think after this bill, if you get down to consent, you can do, let me say this, it's my understanding, and I want him to correct me if I'm wrong, is that once you get past this point, that unanimous consent allows us to do whatever we unanimous consent decide to do, regardless of rules.
I think you're right about
I don't care what rules in place. If all y'all agree that we can do something, we can, and give unanimous consent to do it, we can do it. That's my understanding of the rules.
I think you're right.
So that's what I was saying, if we could do that, and it really wouldn't take very long to bring it up. I mean, how long, what, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Bring it up, pass the BIR, then carry it over to call the chair, and then work on getting that, and at the proper point in time, we come back with it with that, and then we'll see, how we can get it to moving. So, you being the whip, that's why I'm glad you up here. You the man that I have to present this to kind of.
I don't have eyes in the back of my head, but I did turn around, and I don't see a big line of folks jumping up and hollering at that. So why don't we go and get this bill done, and then we'll try it.
Go right on.
Oh,
wait a minute. I hear some
I'm
conversation.
hearing a little rumbling now.
I hear a little conversation. So I'll talk while you might want to talk with him just because you the whoop.
Okay.
So you can go back there and.
You
I'm gonna
carry
keep
on,
talking.
and I'll go find out what
Okay.
where we at.
All right, I'll keep talking. Okay, so by the way, before you leave, what this bill does, so I can talk on it. I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about.
It gives Winston County Commission the authorization to levy a lodging tax.
Okay.
And provides for the collection and distribution.
Okay.
It imposes a fire protection fee as well.
Okay. Okay, good. All right, I can talk on that.
And both of them have a referendum.
Referendum. Okay, good. First of all, I'm gonna start backwards and go forward. I think that in a year like this year, election year, I think referendums is the way to go. You give people a chance to speak, say what they want to say about the bill. You give them a chance to do what they need to do, and then they can make that final decision. So I wouldn't put it on the people. I would think that once they had the opportunity to do this, then they would be able to be happy with the choice, because it would be their choice, to do whatever we need to do. It would be their choice. And so because it is their choice, then I think that, you can make a good case for why you had to do it. I heard about the fire protection, and I'm sure with the lodging tax that they'll be using that in part for the operations of the county. With the way things cost now, with the way, we have our different situations in our economy that I'm sure they needed that boost. And so when he comes back, I want to find out what's the fiscal note and what they project they might be able to get. I think that'll help them if they're doing like a bond issue, because, with bond issues, if you don't want your ratings of your county or your city to fall, then you have to show an independent revenue source that does not drain or touch or impede your other ones, your other income mechanisms. And so it stands independent on its own. Okay. So I think from there, that's a good thing for Winston County. And who represents Winston County in here? Anybody can tell me? Oh yeah. Yeah, we gotta get that passed. That's the pro tem. So I want y'all know that ain't a choice. We must pass that one. I'm just gonna tell y'all that right now. So that's not, we gonna pass all these local bills, and so don't worry about that. We're gonna pass every last one of them today. So don't worry about it. That's the last thing y'all got to even be concerned about. We'll knock them out just like this. Boom, boom, boom.
So, Senator, you've been on this side of the situation before, and I've heard you ask, and the same consideration is going to be asked here, is that there's certain members on our side that are very interested in this bill, and they just want to make sure they're on the floor before it gets called back up.
Oh yeah, you don't look here.
Just reasonable. I mean.
Oh yeah, I like to answer this way. Listen at this. Longevity allowed me to say this. I've been road tested 32 years. I ain't never failed the test yet. And I ain't finna fail it now. In fact, if they tell me, let me say this and then I'm gonna tell you this. If they tell me, whoever is concerned, even if they're not on the floor, if they tell me where they're gonna be, I'll make sure I go and tell them, you know what I mean, that look, I'm getting ready to do A, B, C, or D.
That's right.
You know, so I even make that commitment. You know, see, that go back to the old whip days, okay? And that simply with this, back when I first came in the legislature, serving with Senator from Madison that lives in Madison now, you know, at that phase, I was the majority whip. That was before pro tem days and all that. I was the majority whip. And back there, they put the responsibility on the whip is that you had to make sure that people were on the floor. That was your job. And some of the people had, you know, like homes and things. You know, when I say homes, you know, I guess they rented homes or apartments, things, different places.
Right.
And sometimes they would, you know, they go home, get something they say, and come back.
Yeah.
I had 2 or 3 situations because I was the whip. I had the addresses and everything. And I was the thorough whip. I knew when you move. Now I don't have to do nothing but lock you in on GPS.
Yeah.
I found out where you are. But back then there wasn't no GPS, so I had to go get them to remind them to come here. Especially if I couldn't call them, couldn't get them, and I knew they were there.
Back before cell phones.
Yeah, there you go. When we first got here, so you know I'm used to having to do that. Now, let me say this. I'm gonna clear it up. Now, if somebody, because they say they don't do it until they come, and they leave.
That's different.
I'm not gonna wait if they leave.
That's different.
Yeah, or don't tell somebody in particular. I'm gonna tell you right now. Either tell me or tell you, because you the whip and I'm the whip. So tell the whip if you gonna not be a way the whip can put his hands on you.
We've got that policy.
Okay, good then. Good, but other than that, they don't have to worry about anything. I wouldn't dare.
That's right.
Well, I need to recognize some special guests in the gallery.
Yes, sir.
The guest of Senator Carnley. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The Coffee County Youth Leadership, if y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Good to have you today.
But see, Senator, the thing about it is, with my question and my request, is that's not implied.
I understand.
So if I don't ask, that's on me.
Yeah.
So I got to ask.
Yeah.
That's where we at.
Okay.
So, but it sounds like we're in agreement. We can go ahead and move on. You bring your bill up out of order, and next, and unanimous consent's required. Then you carry it over to call the chair. We move on, and then they finish working on the sub. Our folks get it, y'all's folks get it.
Yeah.
And then we can live to fight another day on that bill.
Okay. I think that sounds pretty good. Now, what I don't want to do, and you know, like you said, I appreciate everybody's that's why we talking, everybody. Now, I don't want to run through these in 1 hour, we through, and I'm still, you know, I mean, I want a little time. They got to work on it downstairs. So we can have a gentleman agreement about 20 minutes, we'll talk and then move on to the next bill like that.
Sure.
You know, like that. So, you know, just enough time to kind of move us at a moderate pace.
'Cause we can go fast if
We got the capability. Where's the senator back there? I was just between you here and I. We can do, remember this record. Remember this record. I think in a 2-hour span, I could be wrong, but I think it was a little situation in a 2-hour span. I think we passed, I could be wrong. Now, I won't say that to everybody, but this keep coming to me.
Yeah, that's what
I think we passed 125 bills.
Woo.
I mean, just this simple, you know.
Were any
We
of
call
them
the bill
local
up.
bills?
We say, you know, unanimous consent, you previous roll. That's all you got to say.
Yeah.
Unanimous consent, you pass, you know. I know.
Is that a motion you're making on this bill?
I'm going to let him do that one.
All right, I thought I heard a motion. Unanimous consent to use previous role. I was finding out.
Yes, sir. I'm going to pass that to him. I ain't going to take his job. I'll try to do that. But you know, that's what I mean. We can get it done. So that's no problem.
That's
you know.
That's right. Well, let's go ahead and enact our little plan. With that, Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
(26 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention).
Mr.
House
President.
Bill 611 passes. All right, Senator Smotherman.
Yes, sir. If there's no objection from anyone, I'd ask unanimous consent to bring up 586 out of order.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Secretary, call the bill, please.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 586 by Representative Wilcox regarding consumer protection. BR pending.
And if there's no questions or comment, I move for adoption of the BIR. It's unanimous consent. You previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
28 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. All right. Now you want
And Mr. President, if there's no objection, I request that the bill be carried over to the call of the chair.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. HB 586 carried over, call the chair. All right.
Yes, sir. And at this time, if I can be recognized,
You're recognized.
I'll yield back to Senator Chambliss.
All right. Ready to go back on local bills,
Yes,
I
sir.
assume? All right, Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 622 by Representative Smith and Bedsole regarding the city of Jemison. BR pending.
Mr. President, this is a local bill regarding the city of Jemison. It happens to be in my county, county I represent. Senator, you go ahead.
May I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Oh, Senator, no, I was going.
And the senator from Bibb, I think.
That speeded me up 10 times faster to do this because she walked up there. These local bills,
yes, sir.
These 4 or 5 local bills, I'm requesting, you know, go on through them.
Okay.
The 20-minute, the 15, 20 minutes don't
you're-
apply to no local
You're
bills.
talking about regular bills.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no. Let's
I'm
get
with you.
everybody's local bill passed.
Yeah, local bill's different. With that, I would move adoption of the BIR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 622 by Representative Smith and Bedsole regarding the city of Jemison.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 622 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 92 by Representative Brinyark, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Tuscaloosa County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
What'd you say? All right, 29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 92 by Representative Brinyark, proposed constitutional amendment regarding Tuscaloosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 92 passes.
Mr. President, I move certification using the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The certification resolution is adopted. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 556 by Representative Lawrence and others regarding Montgomery County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
28 ayes, 1 nay. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 556 by Representative Lawrence and others regarding Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
28 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 556 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 646 by Representative Jones and others regarding Mobile County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 646 by Representative Jones and others regarding Mobile County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 646 passes. Does that conclude local bills, Senator Chambliss? All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution number 122, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special paramount order of business for the 29th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 39, House Bill number 527 by Representative Lomax regarding income tax. On page 7, House Bill 178 by Representative Garrett regarding public education. On page 7, House Bill 220 by Representatives Pringle and Ledbetter regarding boards. On page 29, House Bill 517 by Representative Lomax regarding the Talent Readiness and Industry Needs Act. On page 19, House Bill 520 by Representative Paramore and others regarding public education. On page 19, House Bill 407 by Representative DuBose regarding state government. On page 22, House Bill 361 by Representative Daniels and others regarding living organ donors. On page 32, House Bill 533 by Representative Wilcox regarding public health. On page 37, House Bill 248 by Representative Faulkner regarding the Business and Nonprofit Entities Code. On page 18, House Bill 435 by Representative Myricks regarding manufactured homes. On page 27, House Bill 420 by Representative Butler and others regarding crimes. On page 17, House Bill 302 by Representative Brown regarding bail and surety bonding. On page 25, House Bill 247 by Representative Pettis regarding the State Board of Adjustment. On page 11, House Bill 328 by Representatives Faulkner and Colvin regarding crimes. On page 8, House Bill 192 by Representative Faulkner regarding criminal law. On page 35, House Bill 591 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding the Rural Health Transformation Program. On page 36, House Bill 614 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding appropriations. On page 20, House Bill 477 by Representative Lomax regarding the Alabama Workforce Board. On page 29, House Bill 568 by Representative Sells regarding the Department of Workforce. On page 26, House Bill 317 by Representative Travis and others regarding firefighter distinctive license plates. On page 22, House Bill 55 by Representative Hollis regarding mortgages. On page 15, House Bill 323 by Representative Moore and others regarding the state military. On page 34, House Bill 224 by Representative McCampbell and others regarding the Children's Health Insurance Fund. On page 26, House Bill 311 by Representative Underwood regarding retirement benefits. On page 6, House Bill 139 by Representative Crawford regarding food enrichment. On page 36, House Bill 609 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding weatherization assistance. On page 30, House Bill 380 by Representative Collins regarding public education. And on page 21, House Bill number 511 by Representative Ingram regarding public education.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules using the previous roll call.
Do you want to speak on this?
Yes, I'd like to.
All right, you recognized.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to speak on, this is on the calendar. Oh, yeah, this calendar that's coming up, here we are in our last days in this, again, most beautiful building that we've been serving in for a long time. And Dr. Wagner here has probably served in here 900 years. And we got, looking forward to you serving 900 more across the street. Yes, and you know, God has been good to us, and so we can move forward. This calendar was a calendar that was agreed upon that we would try to work through this calendar, and now we've gotten to a couple of hiccups. And I think that you got, can I have a calendar, please? Thank you, sir, so I can stay germane here. You got individual income tax deduction for qualified overtime income. A gentleman reminded me today that, you know, that there was a member who was in the House, if they stayed on the mic too long, we stayed here too late, he would ask for overtime. Can we get overtime pay for being here overtime? And so this bill here is an individual income tax deduction for qualified overtime income. Then we got the public K-12 education process for the consolidation of city, schools, and system provided. I think we did some of that with the county schools where those schools have been trying to be consolidated. Then we get to HB 220 as amended, as amended. The multi-member board, governor, speaker, and pro tem authorized to replace any board member whom governor, speaker, or pro tem has appointed authority over. That's a very interesting bill coming out the gate. I think that, you know, there are appointing powers that is given, and now we want to be able to remove people based on the appointing powers that are given. And if they can take them out, if I appoint this egg, then I can be able to remove that egg without cause, or maybe cause. And it doesn't affect the Port Authority. It doesn't affect colleges and university boards. And I think, I'm not looking at the bill, I think there was one other area that it doesn't affect. But for the most part, most of these appointees serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority. I know that the speaker and others downstairs wanted this bill. You know, I wanted a little local bill downstairs also, but people made their own decision that it wasn't the right time and the right thing to do. And, you know, somebody said ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. And guess what? They're finna get a rabbit a sales tax holiday on his gun too. So, so the rabbit can get a lot of guns now, and be able to shoot a lot of holes in a lot of these bills. And so we're just going to continue to work through this process, work through this calendar. Also on this calendar is 517, Talent Readiness and Industry Needs Act. Qualified employees authorized to teach a career and technical education program, tax credits provided to employers that loan qualified employees to workforce teaching certified established. I could use that in some of my rural career tech schools where I might not have a welder instructor in the area, but you have a welder shop down the street that has a certified welder, may be able to come over to the school and teach welding at that school, which would give them that credit for sending that person over. Therefore, as if the school does not have to come up with that income to come up with that. So therefore, they'll be able to get that credit for that. I would yield back to the gentleman from Jefferson.
All right, Senator Smitherman, you recognize.
How much time do we have? That would mean, I just want to, I might then make myself clear, so I'll do that. When we get the sub, I'm going to get a copy to everybody. I'm going to get a copy for everybody to look at the sub and get your input. If it's some input that we can get to make it better, we'll do that, okay? I just want everybody to understand that you don't have to worry about that. We're not going to come up here and say, here's the sub, and I tell you 2 or 3 things, and then I put it up there. No, I'm going to I want you to look at it. So everybody, that much I will assure you. So when I bring it up, then I'll give you the sub, and then we'll bring it up after a reasonable time for people to look at it. And I saw the sponsor up here too. Where is she? She was up here just a minute ago. And I told her I'm gonna give her a chance to look over because she's the sponsor, and that's out of respect for her as it relates. You want,
Mr. President, can
I'll yield to the senator,
All right.
Dialogue.
Senator Bell, you recognize.
I guess I was over there reading. What bill are we doing a sub for? I'm just.
Oh, okay.
No clue. I'm sorry.
586. It's 586, and what it is, I might not just make myself clear, but what it is that the realtors have to operate under a set of rules and license. You know what I'm talking about now? Yeah. Okay. That's it. So that's why I said I'm gonna make sure everybody get one. It's not it's kind of like the sponsors just said, Representative Will Collins. It's just like what she just said. When she walked away, she said, as we stand here now, people are getting ripped off from their homes. That's what she said walking out of here. She said, as we stand here now, people are getting ripped off their homes, taken away from them, or property taken away from them by these people. And so that's all we trying to do, y'all. We're just trying to make sure these people don't get ripped off. That's all. There ain't nothing else, to it but that. But anyway, getting back to this calendar, it's let me say it to you like this. Everybody's bill is very important to me as it is to you all on this calendar. But it's one bill in particular that I want to make sure that we do get passed on this calendar. So we'll move not completely, but we'll move a little expeditiously to get through the first 3 bills of this calendar, because the 3rd bill on this calendar just happens to be the Speaker's bill. And and if it was our pro tem's bill, we talked about one of them bills he was interested in, then I would say that bill would fall in the same category. And you know why I say that? It's not just because they're positions and they're in. I know from experience, you spend so much of your time trying to help everybody else as the leader get what they want that you just ignore your stuff. And the last time I looked around, they got to run just like we got to run. And so I just think that we should make sure, we should take a little of that load off of them to worry about these kind of things when they out there trying to make sure that, things going right, people in the place. We know when we go down there and talk to speaker, I haven't, recently, but you go down there and talk to the speaker, trying to get your stuff on the pick list. You're trying to do all of that, so he's focusing on all that stuff. And it's easy to not address those things you need to. I'm trying to think, and you all might get me straight. I think it was it Representative Taylor Harper who was on the budget, and he was out making sure everybody had big money for their districts and forgot to really, really take that kind of money back himself because he was worried about everybody else, and he lost. He lost his election because of that. He was so busy trying to help everybody else, he lost. So we don't want that to happen to our leadership here. We want in the House or the Senate. So, we're going to make sure that these happen and that takes place, and then we'll move methodically. Isn't there something going on this evening? What is it? What time? Oh yeah. See, so we working on a 2-hour, maybe 45-minute time zone that we're trying to get. What I'm trying to get done and get this done too. Okay. So we'll see what we can get done and have a chance to get to where we need to go tonight. I'm just going to tell anybody that's coordinating this event tonight that I don't know what we're going to eat, but wherever it is, I want to cook well. Y'all hear that? Well. No pink, none of that stuff. Let me tell you a story. I have parables and stories, so I'm going to give you one. You might have heard me say that, you might not, but I was in the 10th grade, and I was in biology class. And the teacher told, how they had them heat lights, you buy, because I'm just saying the way it was. This was before integration, okay? So this separate but equal stuff was for the birds. The other high school had a lab. We had a lab kit, a kit that you put on the table, okay? So, but under this lab kit, it had this heat, this big old some kind of heat thing. So this is what the teacher said. We're going to put this meat, I don't know what kind of meat it was, we're going to put this meat on the table in the heat lamp. He got a piece of chalk. Would you have a chalkboard back in the days? Oh, okay. He drew a line under it. He said, we're going to come back. I forgot the length of time, and I'm going to show you what's going to happen. You know what had happened? The meat moved across the line. And I asked what happened. And he explained to me that every bit of meat that you eat, pork, beef, whatever it is, chicken, it has parasites in it. And those parasites move. And so guess what I decided? I decided after that, if I'm going to eat meat, I want the parasites to be crispy and dead. I want them cooked well. I want them dead. I want them, nothing moving around my stomach. And I want to be, you hear a little, that crispiness of them. I wanted to have that. So that's why I was saying tonight, I like it well done. Well done. They can burn it up if they want to, be crispy on the ends. I'm eating charcoal. But I like it crispy. But I tell you what, if we ever have a barbecue in here, I'm going to volunteer to cook. I'm going to have it crispy for y'all. You don't have to worry about a thing, But yeah, so that actually happened what I just told y'all. Another thing, see, I used to be in science. I thought I was gonna be a scientist or something. You remember I had a rock collection? Y'all grew up and had a rock collection? I did. And it was a thing that's called glass rock. You ever seen any of those? Glass rock. I couldn't believe a rock was glass, but a glass rock. And I bet if you look in your backyard now, you might have some, what they call them, those meteors just falling out the sky. You might have a few of them in your backyard and not realize it. So it'll be good to examine those items, that you have. Now, when we get the sub, I also have some fact sheets for y'all over here. And it has some definitions on here. In fact, y'all gonna like this. You know how we have a comparison and contrast? This is the comparison and contrast of that bill. So along with this copy of the sub, I'm gonna give you a copy of this comparison and contrast. So you'll be able you don't have to figure nothing out. We went to the extent that we have that information so that you'll be fully knowledgeable, of what's taking place with this particular issue. So I just appreciate y'all for allowing us to move forward and do that so that we can address these bills on the calendar, and at the same time they can be working on the sub and give people a chance to look at the sub and see what we can do. But just remember, the underlying theme to all of this is that if they're going to provide the same functions in the same areas as the realtors, then they have to fall under those same standards. They don't get some different standards if they're going to do the same job. Okay, so the choices is either is to look at the standards and see what they are, so that we'll know that the other side, that the realtors are already under that particular requirement. So that's so I just wanted to say that so people would get a feel for what we're really trying to accomplish. And I mean, the other thing, we're trying to keep folks from getting their property ripped off. But when you're regulated, when you have to be licensed.
All right, Senator Smithman, time has expired.
I'd like the roll call.
All right, long roll. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, no nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill on the calendar.
On page 39 of the calendar, House Bill number 527 by Representative Lomax and others regarding individual income taxes. PR pending.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Orr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move adoption of the BIR using the previous roll.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, House Bill number 527 by Representatives Lomax and others regarding individual income taxes.
All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the overtime bill that we have been dealt with before, but it's certainly much more contained as far as the cost to the ETF. Also contains a provision for a 2-month waiver of the grocery tax, the 2% on food during the months of May and June. This time I'd yield to the gentleman across the way unless he wants to move it. And
Thank you. No,
Senator Smithers.
Okay, just a few comments. First, I want to, I think that I looked at, and I mean, all these are good bills. Let me just say that first. I don't want anybody to think and say, well, why you said my bill ain't good or something? All of them are good. However, you are to be, this is me. This ain't nothing about you now, okay? You are to be rewarded. That's why I said me. I know you modest, but you should be rewarded because of the effort. And I'll let you know how sincere I was about the work you did on that budget. I just wanted to tell you that. And I know that these things like this play into the factor as you figuring up as we go and with our pluses and minuses and things of that nature. So, you know, because of that, and I'm glad you're up here handling this one. And I'm just going to yield back to you to go on and move it.
All right.
You know.
Thank you,
Senator
Senator Smithman. This time I'd move third reading of HB 527 using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. HB 527 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Orr. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 178 by Representative Garrett regarding public K-12 education. BIR pending.
All right, Senator Orr.
Mr. President, I'd move adoption of the BIR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 178 by Representative Garrett regarding public education. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, I would move adoption of the committee amendment using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. Committee amendment's adopted. Senator Orr.
Mr. President, this time I would move third reading using the previous roll.
Any objection?
Mr. President, could I be
Senator
recognized?
Smithman, you're recognized.
I saw the other budget chair come up here, Representative Garrett, and I'm sure, you know, you all like a tag team. So I'm sure he probably came, you know, with some concerns to make sure that we kind of, when y'all were looking at things in a way, figuring it up that this is something that he was real instrumental in. And I think that Representative Collins has the other one. And we're going to get to that before this thing is over with. I want you to know that. We're going to do that. But I think that this is a good bill that what it's trying to get done. And I'm glad you are handling it. And I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Senator Smithman. At this time, I'd move third reading using the previous roll, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. HB 178 receives its final passage. I'd like to recognize a very special guest in the gallery. If you'll please stand. The guest of the entire Senate, Miss Alabama, Emma Terry. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right. Point of personal privilege?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're recognized.
UAB. That's where she go to school. That's my constituent, y'all. Don't be trying to claim nobody. That's District 18 person right there. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Smitherman. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 220 by Representatives Pringle and Ledbetter regarding multi-member boards. BR pending.
Senator Hovey.
Mr. President, thank you. This bill has to do with the removal process of any appointed board in the state, but I do believe we have a committee substitute I'd like to introduce. Yeah, we got to do the BIR. Thank you. Keep me straight. All this budget talk. I do move for the BIR using previous role if there's no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. The BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 220 by Representatives Pringle and Ledbetter regarding multi-member boards. Committee substitute pending.
All right, Senator Hovey.
I would go ahead and introduce that substitute.
All right, you make a motion to adopt it?
For approval, yes, please.
All right, using the previous role. All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Now we're on the bill.
Substitute, we do have a committee amendment that I would like to adopt as well.
Okay. All right, using the previous role.
Using the previous
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. The committee amendment's adopted.
All right, thank you.
Senator Hovey.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, what did it be? Well, before I ask the question, may I be recognized?
So you're recognized.
Okay. I shouldn't have said that. So you were making me to go back to the Ebonics. If y'all know what Ebonics is. I was about to slip there, and I said, let me come on back over here. So when you heard I stopped, okay. It's not too many bills that I've seen in here that you have both of the people in leadership in the House and nobody else. I see the Speaker and the Pro Tem. They're the one who sponsoring this bill. Yes, so, that makes me have another level of sensitivity that it's got to be something critical, whether it's for them or for the body or something, because for them to step out to do that, And the Speaker and I were talking about at lunch. We were talking about when we went into a foxhole together. We were laughing about it. We went in the foxhole together. And we came out. The foxhole, you won't believe what it was. It was the mental health coordinators that we passed and funded for our schools. He was the House sponsor and I was the Senate sponsor. And so we had to kind of, lock up together. Oh, and I tell you, that was fun. Because you know how it is. It's a song that called, sometimes you have to bump and grind. You have to bump, and we had to bump our way out of that one. And I had to get on. We had to get on out of that one. We were like being in a foxhole. Both of us had to come on. We lifted each other on out of the foxhole.
The whole floor now has a mental picture of you and the Speaker bumping and grinding, for the record.
So you see what I mean? That you get to know a person when you're in a foxhole with them, and I admire them a whole lot. I do. And so with that in mind, can you just tell me a little bit about this bill, just a little bit, because I really don't understand it. I mean, I could, but I hadn't really read it. I'm just telling you the truth.
This bill addresses appointments made by both the governor, lieutenant governor, Speaker of the House, our Senate Pro Tem.
Oh, you can stop right there. You can just stop. I can pick up from there. This ain't my first rodeo. I can pick up, so I'm gonna do better than that. I'm gonna just take you all the way off of whatever it is. I'm yielding back to you to just do your thing. Go right on.
I appreciate it, sir.
Senator Hovey.
So we'll ask to move with the final reading of House Bill 220, using previous role if there's no objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. HB 220 receives its Third reading. Thank you, Senator Hovey. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 517 by Representative Lomax and others regarding the Talent Readiness and Industry Needs Act. BR pending.
All right, Senator Elliott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the TRAIN Act that deals with career and technical education and instruction for that. And at this time, I'd like to move the BIR using the previous role, but I see my colleague has a...
You want to speak to the motion?
I do.
All right, you're recognized.
Let me say this, I'm glad you were the one that came up there so I can say this, okay? I first want to thank you for something, because yesterday had constituents out there that was calling me, and this bill came up.
They come first, don't they?
They do. And the bill came up, and you heard what I said earlier. I ain't asked but for 2. Out of 29 days, I only asked for 2. And that was that one that you so graciously helped me pass. And of course, the one that I'm trying to, need your help, if y'all to view on, let's see if we can get it passed. So I had to say that first, so now you would understand what I'm getting ready to say. If you heard me, you may have been busy, but if you heard me, I said that we were going to get to a point that we was going to kind of probably talk about 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next one. Well, if you notice, the first 3, it didn't fall under that category, and I see it once again. Why? Because we had the first one dealing with the budget chair and the overtime and people money. The second one dealt with the budget chair. And the third one dealt with the pro tem, the speaker, pro tem of the House, the speaker, pro tem of the Senate, the governor. I mean, golly, that's one of them kind of bills you just do not pass, especially if it's ready to be passed. You just don't think about it. At least, I don't know about y'all, but I don't think like that. I think we need to pass it. And we need to pass all of them. But after that, then I didn't want you to think that I selectively, because you came, said now we're going longer. You see what I mean? So I just thought I'd say that. So I didn't want nobody thinking that. You okay? Now with that in mind, how much time I got talking on this?
About 7 minutes.
Okay, how many time we get with the? We don't have no more BR. Oh,
Done. Transmitted.
Well, good then. Well, look, I'm on. Since we just get on train with the no BRs, I'm gonna yield back to him, and then he'll get.
So we're still on this, so we're going to pass it, if that's all right.
Yeah, go on. We'll pass it. And then we can talk.
So, thank you, Mr. President. Move passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Straw written. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 517 by Representative Lomax and others regarding the Talent Readiness and Industry Needs Act. Committee amendment pending.
All right, Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, I'd like to yield to my colleague.
Thank you. Can you, best you can you tell me what this readiness deal, this bill supposed to be doing?
Sure. So it creates an income tax credit to incentivize employers to loan, essentially, qualified employees to serve as instructors in career and technical education programs. And so what we've seen in career tech, as we've invested heavily across the state in this, we finally woke up, right, and realized these kids are not all going to college. We don't need to be teaching them all Beowulf and Chaucer, right? Some of these kids need to learn how to weld. They need to learn how to be electricians and plumbers, right? They need to know how to go to work. Just go to work. You always talk about your mother's 1830 plan.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I still use that one all the time.
For real?
That's it. I use it with my kids all the time. Yeah. Y'all love this. So this is your mother, right? You used to talk about the 1830 plan?
Mm-hmm.
18, you turn 18, you got 30 days to get out. Right?
30 days to get out the house.
So what we're seeing is these kids are ready to go in the workforce. They're ready to go in the workforce right now. We need teachers that can teach them the skills that industry is using right now.
That's right.
And here's the problem. Those people that know how to do that, what are they doing? That's
That's
they
right.
ain't teaching.
That's right.
And so how do we take somebody who's a master plumber, who's a master welder building ships at Austell and Mobile, or working on rockets and spacecraft in Huntsville, or building submarines now in the north and the south part of the state? How do we get somebody that's doing that and making a whole bunch of money to come teach? And so what we're doing is we're giving tax credits to employers, right?
Okay.
Giving tax credits to industry to help them supplement that salary, and they loan this employee out,
Okay.
so that they'll go teach these kids, so that they'll be ready to go make some money,
That is-
drive our economy.
I like that. I really do. And Lowe's, I heard that today. I maybe on TV or something. But Lowe's is investing $250,000. Or is it 200? Maybe more than that. What's next? It'll be 250,000. It's like maybe millions. It's not no thousands. It's like 200 million or something. And sending kids to school to learn how to be carpenters.
Yep.
I mean, I saw that, and it hit right on the nail of what you just said. And you know something I realized a long time ago, because I was in sales when I was in college, and I got to looking at people who do what we just talked about, and they made more money than the people inside that was with sales. Only thing you was in there maybe had a nice atmosphere with some air conditioning or something, but you wasn't making that big money. So, you were taking the job for the conditions, not the funds. But these people who have these skills, they're in high demand.
They absolutely are.
I mean, they're in very high demand, and I think that we've got to get our people ready for the jobs that's there. And it's called, I guess you call it a renaissance. We've got to go back in that area and have a renaissance.
Well, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing in the education field, right? Which is preparing kids to go be successful in the workforce. No offense to the lawyers in the room.
I understand.
Okay? We got a lot of lawyers running around the state of Alabama, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But we need plumbers.
That's right.
We need electricians.
That's right.
We need carpenters. We need HVAC techs. We need folks that know how to work in our advanced manufacturing. And so I'm thrilled that our education focus is obviously where it needs to be when we talk about Literacy Act and Numeracy Act, but is focusing really on so many of these kids that are not going to college. What are they going to do?
That's right.
And then what we've done as a legislature in the time that I've been here is identify barriers. What's the barrier? Put money in it. We're real good at that, okay? But then figure out, how do we get out of our own way? We passed this workforce diploma, right?
Right.
And said, hey, maybe we don't need to know Chaucer and Beowulf.
Yeah.
Right? If we're going to go be a carpenter. And so we've removed that barrier. We've focused, I know in my county, on a huge career tech high school called Baldwin Prep.
Okay.
Kids are getting out of this. You're going to love this. They're getting out of this school with a degree, a high school degree, usually dual enrollment through the community college, so they've got their 2-year degree, okay? And they've got a trade they can start right now.
Right.
Can you imagine being a kid now, 18 years old, you're ready to go be a plumber? On day one, you got you a 2-year business degree, you can run your own business.
That's right.
You're gonna be a millionaire.
Yep.
We took kids that didn't want to, weren't able to go to college, and we're gonna turn them into millionaires.
That's right. You're right. You're right.
We're going to drive our economy doing that. And so that's what this bill's doing, is really letting industry drive.
Yeah.
Right? What do you, Mr. Manufacturer, need?
Yeah.
What does that training program need to look like? Who does the instructor need to be? And let's figure out how to help you get that instructor in front of that kid to teach them how this needs to go.
And when you let me say this to you, how right you are. I was enrolled in another, quote, law school. I was set up to go to another law school than the one I went to. And the same practicality that you talked about, because all of those professors were currently practicing attorneys, I felt that what they could bring from already having their practices versus being just an academia person would enhance me. And I'll tell you how right I was. After I passed the bar, the first 6 months, I worked at a large firm, okay? A firm that's called, I'll show you how prestigious it was. It was the law firm of Adams, Baker, and Clemens. Adams is Supreme Court Justice Oscar Adams. Give you a statue of this firm. Clemens is the U.S. District Federal Judge who just retired. Baker was the city attorney for the city of Birmingham. So I get a chance to go to this particular firm, work. After 6 months, because I had that practice, same thing you trying to do right here, but it was because I made that decision. I went out on my own. 40 years later, I'm blessed to still be kind of trucking along doing it. But it's because I picked up that skill that you talk about from a person who's in the field doing it, who can tell you the practicalities of it, and then show you how you can actually get it done. You know, and so I think that this is great. On top of that, let's go to plan B on what you're doing. Imagine if a person wanted to slow down maybe, I ain't wishing this on nobody, but they might have a little arthritis. So they said, well, I don't necessarily want them to be doing that much climbing anymore, but I still want to share my skills and my trades. This is a perfect opportunity for them to move right on in and share that, the practicalities. They can go from teaching, I'm just saying carpentry, with the corners and your curves. How we doing, Representative? Thank you, I appreciate you. We gonna move too, okay? That's a good representative, y'all. That's my representative. Okay, I want to let them know.
You got your hands full with that one.
His district is in my district, so that's my rep right there.
I'm glad to continue to serve with you. Well, you're right. Being able to see and work with somebody who's practicing.
Keep talking for me.
Whether it's in the field of law or in career tech is so important. And it's not just important for the skills, right? But it's important because those kids can see demonstrable success, right? When you see your instructor who's been successful in the field that they're in, let's use welding, for instance, or some advanced robotics or carpentry, and you see them being wildly successful, right? When you see them with that nice truck, when you see them with that nice house, when you see them being successful, it incentivizes our students, call it a 9th or 10th grader that says, what do I want to do with my life? Man, I want to be like that guy. He's successful. And that happens to be the guy that's teaching you, or lady. And I think that's something that's going to breed success in and of itself, aside from the very important hard skills that they're learning from a trained professional, somebody who's in the workforce, doing the work right now, and can tell them exactly what to expect. Expect both financially, expect from the working environment. This is what you're going to do. And show them what that success really looks like. And so I'm excited that Representative Lomax has asked me to carry his bill. I'm excited about the committee amendment we're going to adopt in particular that really allows community development foundations to take and advantage of this tax credit as well. And so that puts this even closer to industry And I think that is crucial.
President, I have a question of the sponsor.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you recognized?
Thank you. Senator Elliott, I know we're talking about going, and I totally agree with you. Everybody is not college, people. They're just not. In fact, it's amazing because I didn't really realize that I was college material until the last minute, and nobody would believe that. But I truly believe we need to have other options for children, especially with them needing to go where their passion and love for doing things where they should go. But I know that we have the program already set up where the high school students are able to take college students, the dual enrollment kind
Dual
of deal?
enrollment, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Do we have that also? Because, our junior colleges teach these things. And I know Bishop State is a big...
They're doing awesome work.
Yes, they are. So do we still, or we need it in those areas where there aren't junior colleges teaching these skills?
So, Senator, you bring up a good point. And first of all, our junior colleges are eligible to use these instructors, right? These incentivized instructors as well. And so what we see is a need to get in front of the kids earlier than junior college, right? And so not just, okay, I've graduated, 12th grade, it's May.
Like middle school.
I'm out. Even at middle school, or what we're seeing, and again, I go back to Baldwin County because that's what I'm most familiar with Baldwin Prep. Your sophomore year, your 10th grade year, you're looking at, hey, maybe I don't want to go to college. I want
But
to.
can't they do the dual enrollment from that age?
They can, yes, ma'am. And so
Yeah.
they can do dual enrollment there. This tax credit is used for instructors, can be used at high schools, but it can be used at two-year schools as well. And so they're doing the dual enrollment in high school, but we're getting those kids involved in the trades earlier.
And that's why I said middle school, but you did not confirm that.
No, we haven't.
Middle school, you went to 10th grade, but that's high school.
So here's what we're finding. A lot of these career tech facilities are centrally located, but transportation becomes a problem.
Yes.
And so most of our 10th graders are starting to drive. And so they're able to get there on their own from all over the county, as opposed to having to run a bus that may not be full,
Right.
from all over the place. And so that's been the barrier. Maybe we'll figure that out next. I'd love to, because I'd like for our middle schoolers to start looking at the trades as well.
Absolutely, because when we had the Michael A. Figures Leadership Experience going, where my foundation partnered with the University of Alabama and Stillman College and University of South Alabama, we had the kids go through that experience in the summer of their ninth grade, of their
Right.
8th grade year, I
Right.
should say, going in to the ninth grade for various types of skills. But I guess what I also like to know is what would the fiscal note be on this approximately? Because I know you cannot definitely say what it will be for the businesses to get this tax credit.
So it's capped statewide at $10 million a year, okay?
And this comes from the Education Trust Fund, of course.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. And then the max credit per employer is $250,000 total. And so...
Okay, so the business gets a tax credit and the individual gets a tax credit?
No, ma'am. The business gets the tax credit to loan the employee, okay?
Right.
They're paying their salary.
Right,
So the business gets the tax credit. And then the committee amendment that we're going to adopt allows these community development foundations. It's very similar to the Growing Alabama tax credit, right? To provide incentives directly to employ or subsidize the employment of a career tech professional, right? Somebody that's working right now. And so that ends up with about a limit, it's a cap, a limit of $4 million out of this $10 million to them. And so we have these great economic development associations that have within them these nonprofits that do this kind of work, that focus on CTE, that are industry driven, right?
But this is going to be done after after we know for a fact that these students can't do the dual enrollment with a junior college.
They can still do the dual enrollment. and I hope they do. That's the best deal going. If anybody's listening right now, that's the best deal going in high school right now in Alabama is dual
See,
enrollment.
I mean, since we already have that in place, and it's no better place than the junior colleges teaching these skills than it is for somebody who doesn't even have all of the teaching requirements. Will there be any type of certificates needed or whatever teaching certificates needed for these people who will be doing it with the student? I can understand this being offered in areas where there aren't any junior colleges for a student to do dual enrollment, but I don't see us spending additional education trust fund money if we don't have to, when it's already being offered at a much, much lower price.
So this creates, I think I'm getting to where your question is. I want to make sure I'm answering you, but this creates a temporary teaching certificate to authorize that employee, that specialized employee, to teach in a designated CTE program, whether that's in a 2-year system or whether that's in a public school. And so, again, the purpose of this legislation is to get folks that are practitioners of the trade in the classroom. That's what we're trying to do.
But everybody who have the expertise don't have those teaching skills. They can't teach somebody else. I mean, that's just a fact. I have many, many skills, but I don't look at myself as a teacher who could actually teach somebody else, because it's a whole lot that goes with teaching.
My children would certainly agree with your statement as it relates to me.
Yeah, I just don't see, I mean, as you know, this budget year, we are giving more money out of the Education Trust Fund through tax credits, exemptions, and so on and so forth, and scholarships, in my memory, more than we ever have before. And this is just an additional pot of money that's going out that doesn't necessarily need to. So maybe I'll get an amendment saying just what I suggested, that it can be used in the areas where the students have no opportunity for dual enrollment with a junior college for these particular skills.
So I understand where you're coming from. I think that if you talk to some of these career tech institutions, whether they're public or even the community college system, they will say that the very purpose of this is to increase the involvement of industry to teach. And you're right, not everybody's a teacher, but if you have a skill, you're a carpenter, for instance, okay? Can you convey that skill to the student? Right. Can you show them how to do this? And I think by and large, we're not asking you to teach math, although there's a lot of math in carpentry. We're not asking you to teach science, although there's a lot of science in carpentry. Sorry, the contractor's coming out in me. But can you teach that subject if you're a subject matter expert in that? And are you better suited to teach that particular subject than maybe a math teacher or a science teacher or an English teacher? And I think they'll tell you this is where the need is. This bill is very much a response to two groups. It's a response certainly to our education friends that are trying to impart knowledge, right? And it's a response to our industry partners, be they manufacturing or the trades themselves, carpentry again. It's a response to them saying, we don't have a qualified workforce and we'd love to loan you somebody, but we can't afford to because they're making too much money doing the job, right? And so we find ourselves not able to find qualified teachers, we'll call them teachers, to find qualified instructors is probably a better word, in these very specific areas where industry is saying, we don't have kids that have this knowledge. Can you help us get somebody in there to do this?
So have you worked with the community college system and they are on board with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where will the classes be taught? And is there a requirement for a certain number of students to be signed up in a particular class?
There's not a a geographic location. They have to be taught in in a school or a community college. Let me find my list so I can get that to you. And then, so you asked a geographic location, and then what was the second question? I'm sorry.
How many students, is there a requirement for, because in college, like you have to take your courses, but there has to be so many students that are actually signed up for that course before they actually offer it. So I'm asking, is there a required number of students that have to be in that class? Or will a person, say for instance, and I'm not sure that really is fiscally responsible if you've got 1 or 2 kids in a class and you're paying all of these tax credits to one person.
Yeah, I don't think there's a class size requirement necessarily. And I know my experience, even with my children's education, some knowledge can be imparted, gosh, you know how colleges do it, right? You may have 100 kids in a class or something like that. And then some, certainly things that are very technical, you very hands-on, you need fewer.
Oh, definitely. I agree with that.
And
but
so,
I was just concerned about if it was just 1 or 2 or 3, or does it have to be at least 10?
Yeah, we're letting our competent, qualified education professionals make that. We haven't codified that necessarily.
Okay. When does this go into effect?
The effective date.
And is there a sunset on it?
The effective date is our standard October 1 of 26. There is no sunset.
Okay. I think you've answered all my questions.
Thank you, ma'am. I've enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed talking with you about Bishop State. I know that's in your district.
Yes.
They're doing such a great it's called Flight Path, I guess, 9, where they're working with Airbus, and you see the success stories come out of that.
Everybody
It is
speaks
fantastic.
high praises for them. And I also have to brag on the president. He actually came through the Michael A. Figures leadership experience when he was going into the 9th grade.
That's awesome. I didn't know
I'm very proud of him. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, members, we've talked about that, and I'd like to talk about the committee amendment just a little bit. And again, when the bill came up from the House, we looked at how to really accommodate the needs of industry as nimbly as possible. And so that is what we did with the committee amendment. And I think we were really successful with that by allowing, again, up to $4 million of this to go to these community development foundations. And that's, of course, defined as an Alabama nonprofit corporation that's organized under 26 U.S.C. 501c3 that functions as a community organization, provides, develops, and oversees workforce training curriculum in a particular community in the state, or has expertise in CTE programs. And so that's been very narrowly defined to make sure that these are folks that are really already providing this assistance to these education institutions already. And so that lets industry, think about this, take the tax credit, use the tax credit, give the money to the Community Development Foundation and direct, if you will, and say, hey, I need more welders, or hey, I need you to focus on HVAC and mechanical, or if you're a contractor and you're able to take advantage of this credit, we want you to focus in particular on carpentry work. And here, oh, by the way, is a carpenter that is now going to be able to be compensated enough. I know my colleague across the aisle earlier on had mentioned specifically maybe somebody that's slowing down a little bit towards the end of their career, wants to impart this knowledge, if you will, onto our youth, but they got a little bit of arthritis. They don't necessarily need to be in the field as much, and so they're able to transfer, if you will, to get into a spot where they're better able to help impart that knowledge on the kid. And so I think what Representative Lomax here has started, and then what we were able to amend in committee, is really going to move the needle. You know, we had a press conference downstairs earlier today discussing just this piece of legislation and its passage. And we talked about the incredible strides we've made in the state of Alabama to really dial in and focus on workforce development. We've renamed the Department of Labor, the Department of Workforce, and we're laser focused on making this successful. But it's not something that we're seeing work perfectly. We're having to do this a step at a time as we identify barriers. And so one of these barriers is instructors, is teachers. And the senator's right. Are they teachers in the sense that they've got a teaching certificate? No, they're instructors that have done it. They've been in the field, they've made it happen, they've made it work, they've been successful, and they're giving back. Or their employer is saying, hey, your highest and best use right now is not assembling airplanes at Airbus, although it's hard to believe that might happen. But we need you to go train school children on how to do this. We need you to go get them interested, and I can't emphasize that enough. Showing the success to a kid, demonstrating that you can be successful in doing this type of work, and showing that you can get ahead, and oh, by the way, get ahead immediately is so valuable in a way to encourage those kids to engage early, to be successful early, and to start a family and be a contributing member of society. And I think that's where pieces of legislation like this work really, really well. Mr. President, at this time, I would like to move that we adopt the committee amendment using the previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, 0 nays. Committee amendment's adopted. Senator Elliott.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And we'll keep talking on the committee amendment a little bit. When my colleague from Mobile mentioned eligible education institutions, and I think it's important to talk about where these instructors are going. And they're going to an eligible community college, as she correctly points out, a local education agency, that's going to be our local public schools, a public high school, or a community development foundation. And so I think that's a critical method. Of course, the employer is going to be a corporation or a partnership or a limited liability company. A qualified employee is going to be somebody that has the demonstrable skills and is able to impart them and move them along and show these kids how to do the skill, right? And then we talk about this workforce training certificate, right? These instructors, if you will, may not be the teacher, as she pointed out so correctly. They may not have a teaching certificate, but that doesn't mean they don't have a skill, and that doesn't mean they can't impart it. And so that's exactly what we're trying to do here. I see my colleague has a question. I'd like to answer any questions he may have, Mr. President.
May I be recognized?
Senator Stewart, you're recognized.
I just want to talk about this bill for a little bit. I think anytime when we have legislation that will help create pipelines, because that's my understanding, this will create a pipeline to the workforce. I have a couple of questions about the teaching aspect. And I know, what's the term I'm looking for with in the College of Education? Pedagogical theories that you learn from being a teacher. And I know that there could be challenges dealing with this generation, this young generation. And so, is there anything in the legislation that would because it takes a lot of patience to deal with children, and especially because you're bringing the workforce, this bill essentially brings the workforce to the classroom.
Yes.
So how do we make sure that these well-skilled, because these are experts in their craft. They are making a difference in the workforce in the state of Alabama. But how do we make sure that they're prepared? Is there any engagement that they have to go through with the Department of Education or any training to help them transition? Because I'm not sure what can prepare you to go into these K through 12 schools.
Senator, I appreciate you asking that question. And there's 3 places in the bill that address this, starting on page 3, where it talks about, and we've talked about the institutions where this is going to be used, right? We've talked about the public institutions where this can be used. But then we're going to talk about a qualified employee, and this gets to the heart of your question. An individual employed by an employer who possesses a bachelor degree or other certification or experience or combination thereof equivalent to those accepted by the department. And so,
wow, you have to have a bachelor's degree. So that means it probably won't be a lot of people.
Well, let me get through the whole definition, right? So we got the bachelor's degree or other certification or experience or combination thereof equivalent to those accepted by the department. And so what you've got is you've got the Department of Education looking at their credentials and saying, yeah, we think they can do this. It goes on, if you allow. Has not less than 3 years of occupational experience or appropriate industry recognized certification in a relevant field corresponded to a designated CTE program. So you're an HVAC guy. We're not trying to get you to teach carpentry over here. We want you, you need to know what you're doing, okay? Has a history of positive performance reviews from his or her employer and has successfully passed a criminal history background check and meets any other screening requirements of the eligible educational institutions. So they've got to meet whatever other screening requirements exist for the 2-year college that they're, or for the public high school that's using that. Let's go on to a teaching assignment because right, we got the employee covered, right? It's a specific agreed upon period during which a qualified employee is loaned by an employer to an eligible education institution to serve as an instructor in a designated CTE program, provided that the assignment shall consist of weekly in-person attendance at school and no less than 300 hours of direct instruction to students within an academic year or another time requirement established by the department. So we've kind of laid some parameters out there, but at the same time, we're giving and maintaining the flexibility for the department to look at what is the need, how are we accomplishing that, do we need to tweak? The whole point of this is to be nimble. The last part is the certificate, and that is a temporary teaching certificate, and this is called the Workforce Teaching Certificate, a temporary teaching certificate issued to a qualified employee that authorizes the employee to teach a designated CTE program at an eligible education institution and may be treated as a renewable certificate by the department. And so it's saying there's a certificate here. We're going to watch you and see, hey, what's the outcomes? Are you able to teach? Because not everybody is, admittedly. But are you getting it done? And if so, we're going to extend this certificate. And so you've got the assignment, you've got the certificate, and then you've got the guardrails on who the employee can be and frankly, who it can't be. And so I think that's answering your question about what they have to have certificate-wise.
And so the Alabama Department of Revenue, they have some oversight too, I think, right? You want to talk about that?
Well, I do, and actually I have an amendment here that's for the Department of Revenue that they requested to help administer this program. And so
that was my first job when I graduated. I worked for the Alabama Department of Revenue.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Well, if I can, let's offer the Department of Revenue amendment. We'll get on that, and then we can talk more about the Department of Revenue. And so, Mr. President, I have an amendment.
We're on an amendment right now. We're on committee amendment number 2. What would you like to do with this amendment?
Very good. Forgive me, and thank you for keeping me straight. I'd like to adopt the committee amendment 2.
Using previous role?
Using previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, 0 nays. Committee amendment number 2 is adopted.
Okay, very good. And so we handled both of those. That's the second committee amendment, and this is the revenue one that you were asking about. And so, Mr. President, this time I'd like to offer the amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to House Bill 517 by Senator Elliott. Replace lines 243 through 244 on page 9 with the following. Replace line 252 on page 9 with the following. Replace line 257 on page 10 with the following.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you, and we'll talk about this amendment and answer your questions about revenue. And so you asked about revenue and what it had to do with this. We're going to be on members line 228 here, and it says that the Department of Revenue may adopt rules and regulations for the implementation and enforcement, right? And that the department shall establish a process to approve agreements, and the Department of Revenue shall allow the tax credits in accordance with the following. Upon receipt of the executed agreement, the department shall issue a Train Act credit reservation certificate to the employer. The certificate shall state the maximum amount of the credit reserved for the employer and the corresponding teaching assignment, which may span multiple tax years. Tax credits reserved by certificates issued in a prior calendar year shall count against the cap for the calendar year in which the certificate was issued. And then starting, and this is where we get to the meat of the amendment that the budget chair is dutifully reviewing right now, the department shall track credit reservations by the taxpayer and shall deny or reduce any requested reservation that would cause the taxpayer to exceed the per taxpayer limitation established in Section 4. So putting some guardrails on this, Mr. Chairman. Then if you move forward here, the department, in consultation with the Alabama Department of Workforce and the Executive Committee of the Alabama Workforce Board, shall administer the process for approving designated CTE programs that are eligible for participation under this act, pursuant to the annual sector approvals provided in Section 3. Then the amendment goes on further to say, in order to claim a tax credit, a taxpayer must file the appropriate forms with the Alabama Department of Revenue and provide a copy of its Train Act credit reservation certificate, documentation of the agreement, proof of salary payments made during the tax year for which the credit is claimed, and any other information required by the Department of Revenue. And so, starting on line 257 on page 10, we made that change, right? And it says proof of salary payments made during the tax year for which the credit is claimed, proof of donations to a community development foundation made pursuant to this act for the tax year for which the credit is claimed, and any other information required by the department. And so what they're doing there is this amendment is dealing with the committee amendment and putting those revenue guidelines that we just, putting those revenue guidelines on the Community Development Foundation that was in the committee amendment. And so that's the Department of Revenue piece of that in the bill.
So do you remember the origins of this bill? Like, does this come from our state agencies or Department of Workforce, or is it coming from the business community?
Yeah, so it's coming from our business community, our manufacturing community in particular, and I know Manufacturer Alabama had a big part in this. And we started working on this back in the summer when the speaker had a package of CTE bills that he wanted to really move forward on, and workforce bills. And so the answer is all of the above, right? We're all looking at this. Industry's looking at this. What do we need? The Department of Workforce is looking at this. What do we need? The education community is saying, hey, we need instructors for this, because we don't teach carpentry, right? We teach math, we teach science, and there's plenty of math and science in carpentry, but we don't teach how to do this safely. We don't teach how the math applies necessarily to carpentry. And so the answer to that is all of the above, working together to come up with this piece of legislation.
Well, this answers all my questions. We have parameters in place with the Alabama Department of Revenue. I know they do not play. And, you know, we've had engagement with the Department of Education. And so we know that the teachers will be prepared. And I'm ready to move along. And I yield my time to Senator Singleton.
Uh-oh, wrong one.
I mean, excuse me, Smitherman. I apologize.
What are you going to do with
it? The gentleman from Jefferson County.
Even better.
Now,
Senator Smitherman.
Thank you. I'm gonna help him out. He's just a little off today, and I'm gonna tell you how much he is off today. And we have days like this. When I pulled into the parking lot, my parking spot is number 32. Hill's number 33. When I pulled in, a Pathfinder, which I don't drive, is in parking spot number 32.
Oh, no.
And it's him. So he's been since he's got here already, so we're going to let him be excused for that because he started out with the parking spot, took my spot, you know. That's what I asked him. I said, do you know the difference between 32 and 33? Because he's 33 and I'm 32. So, Senator, I'm going to pass back to you because our leader has some serious stuff that he's got to deal with.
Yes, sir.
You know, all our stuff coming from there. We ain't got but 2 days. So I'm going to yield to you to go on and pass the bill.
Yes, sir.
And then he's going to come up and do our thing for us.
Sounds
All right.
good.
Senator Elliott, we're on the amendment.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Elliott, amendment's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
I move third reading be dispensed with, final passage of HB 517 as amended using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Woods.
$33 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 517 passes as amended. Thanks,
Thank you.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
All right. Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to look at House messages at this point.
All right. Secretary, call the first House message.
Report of the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 174. We, the Committee of Conferees appointed to reconcile the difference between the two houses concerning Senate Bill 174, have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached Conference Committee substitute respectfully submitted on the part of the Senate, Senators Albritton, Coleman, and Woods. Conferees on the part of the Senate, and on the part of the House, Representatives Crow, Paramore, and Travis.
Mr. President, move to concur with the committee report, conference report.
Previous roll?
Yes, previous roll.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 174. Thank you, Senator Albritton. All right, next House message. Senator Gudger?
Yes, sir, please.
All right, Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill. It returns same year with the Senate. Senate Bill number 270 regarding utilities. Signed, John Treadwell, clerk.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Yes. We're going to make a motion to concur using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 270, the Senate concurs. All right, Secretary, call the next House message, please.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same year with to the Senate. Senate Bill number 173 regarding crimes and offenses. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Make a motion to concur, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 173. All right, Senator Gudger.
Next House message, please.
All right, Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 138 regarding franchises. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Make a motion to concur using short roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 138. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 63 regarding health insurance. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Make a motion to concur using short roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 63. All right, Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 57 relating to public assistance. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Make a motion to non-concur and go to conference using short roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate non-concurs and goes to conference. The conferees will be Senator Orr, Senator Albritton, Senator Singleton. All right, Secretary, call the next House message, please.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 304 regarding municipalities. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Make a motion to concur using short roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 304. Secretary, call next House message.
All right.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 287 relating to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
We need to make, Mr. President.
Sorry, what now?
Mr. President, we need to make a motion to concur using short roll using previous.
All right, any objection?
Without objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 287. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 272 regarding public records requests. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
We'll make a motion to concur using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 272. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 24 relating to voting. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll make a motion to concur using short roll without any objections.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 24. Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 361 relating to dogs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to concur of SB 361 using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger.
Aye.
Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, 17 ayes, 1 nay. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 361.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that and all your help on this bill.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, now I'll move on to the next bill on the calendar.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 520 by Representatives Paramore and others regarding public education.
Mr. President.
Senator Chastain.
Okay, so we move past the BIR now, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so members, House Bill 320 creates a fast-track certification for experienced career tech education teachers moving forward. You know, we've passed the last bill we passed, and this bill dovetails nicely into that because this has been a package of bills aimed at getting instructors into our career tech education program. You know, we can have the money and we can have the programs and we can have the kids in the classrooms, but if we don't have the instructors able to teach the coursework in the classroom, then we haven't accomplished much as far as trying to educate or train our workforce. So I see my colleague across the way might have some questions on this bill, but these teachers would that teach come from another state. They would go through the certification process just like any other teacher coming into our state, and they do a background test to make sure that background check. And make sure that they had the training and the skills and the certification. The State Board of Education would they would put their application in with the State Board of Education. They'd have to have a valid teaching certificate, and successfully pass a background check in order to teach in the Career Tech Education Program in the state. I see my colleague across the way might have some questions. This bill, came through our committee, Senator, and I think it's a good bill because it, we can have, if we have more instructors, we have more career tech education programs, and as a result of that, then we have more skilled graduates coming out of our high school.
Can you recall, and I'm not putting you on the spot if you can't, but can you recall what that pathway is?
Yeah, as long as if they come from another state and they have a valid teaching certificate, it's just like a teacher coming in, and if there's reciprocity with another state, then this teacher could apply through the State Department of Education and go through the same process that a teacher would go through, but they would have to be able to have the training in the career tech field that they're going to teach in.
Now, when we said it had to have the training, is it some kind of, lack of a better word, requirement? Like you have that 3 years, 5 years, or is it something like that?
Whatever their certification was in the state they came in, that they were teaching in, it would be applicable to coming into Alabama to teach.
Oh, so they will maintain their certification?
Exactly.
And is there any kind of look back as to what was required in their certification there? And the reason is because in these colleges, when you transfer a course, they kind of look and see, and I realize that there are different standards, at different places, but are we going to set that up? And if we are, who would be the person that would monitor that?
So the State Department of Education requires the application, and then they would hold, this applicant would hold a valid active teaching certificate coming into Alabama, or its equivalent, obtained from another state, and submit a copy of the certification for the application. In other words, when you apply, then you have to submit your certification at whatever field you had been teaching in career tech with your application.
Okay. And then who would make that determination?
The State Board of Education.
Would it be the State Board, or would it be the superintendent, or both? Or?
It would be the State Board of Education, and then the State Superintendent of Education shall issue the teaching certificate. So you're right, it's the state superintendent. Once they've gone through the application with the State Board, the state superintendent will issue the certification for that applicant.
Now, you read something there that I don't know if that was just your comment or that's what reading in the bill, but you said that the state superintendent shall. Does it say shall?
Shall, yes, sir.
Okay, now, that meant that he doesn't have a choice but to give it, no matter what the situation is with the information that they're going to give? Because, shall don't give you an option.
Well,
I know what we're trying to say. Right. He's the person that has to do it.
He does.
But that word shall.
It's a big word, right?
It's a big word.
It is. But when they have gone through the process, the application, and if there's anything in this application process that the state superintendent might have some concerns about, he doesn't have to issue that. Okay?
Okay.
I mean, they have to go through the criteria to be certified.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see exactly what you're saying. Now, is there any minimum requirements or how much time, do they have to have experience?
Yes, you have to have a teaching certificate from another state and be certified in that field which you've been teaching in. I don't know if you would move into Alabama and apply for a teaching certificate had you not been active in another state.
Oh, I agree with what you're saying now. But is there any kind of criteria for the number of, say, years you've been certified?
No, there's nothing in this bill says, you have 5 years of certification or so forth. No, there's nothing in here that looks back at how many years of experience that you have when you're coming into Alabama to apply for this career tech education instructor.
So this is career tech?
It's career tech only.
It's not in academia or anything like that?
No, it's CT. and you know, because you serve with me on policy, and in budget as well, and we've put a lot of money in the last few years into our career tech education, because the numbers show that half the students in the state are not going to college.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And so we created 2 years ago, I believe, the Workforce Pathways Diploma to help those students that are not going to college, and they take one less math and one less science, but they're enrolled or engaged in a career tech education field, so that when they come out of high school with this certification in this skill, they can either move into the community college and upscale, their certification, or they can go directly into the workforce.
Okay.
And so that's, but with all of this money that we've invested and the number of students that are enrolling in these programs, if we don't have the instructors, so if an instructor comes in from another state, say they move and a spouse takes another job and they come in and they want to continue teaching in career tech, then this is the pathway for that person to be able to obtain certification with their teaching certificate and be able to teach in career tech education in our schools, in our public schools in Alabama.
The only reason I'm asking you this because you being the chairman, folk come talk to you and they just kind of have conversations about something. So I'm asking you some stuff that you may or may not can answer for me. Don't leave. Doc, don't leave. What I was going to ask you. Do we have any, did the people talk to you, and I'm just saying it may be in state board or whatever, did they talk about what kind of shortage we have? I know we got to do this because we need the people.
Right.
But did anybody, is any numbers have come out about what we lacking? We need 50 more.
No, but that's a good question. And what this bill will do is by February 1st, the state superintendent will report to the governor and the pro tem and the speaker the number of applicants who have come into Alabama and who have been granted certification and are teaching. So we'll know, we'll have some criteria that will be able to tell us if this has helped in, relocation of other career tech instructors into the state. So I think that's good data right there to know that, there's something that we're going to find out this is working or this has helped us in this shortage field.
Okay, well, good. Well, I'm going to yield back to you so you can move on and, get us some career tech people.
We're working on that, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Mr. President, I move for final passage using the long roll.
Long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain.
Aye.
Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 520 passes.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator
President. Thank you,
Chastain. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 407 by Representative DuBose regarding state government.
All right, before we get started on this, I'm going to turn the chair over to Senator Weaver. She's a friend of Miss Alabama that's in the gallery. If you could stand, welcome to Alabama Senate. Great to have you today.
Miss President.
Bill, you're recognized.
All right. I think my senator across the way, what this does is designate the title holder of Miss Alabama as an official state ambassador. And I think Senator Smitherman would like to talk for just a moment if.
Senator Smitherman, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. You know, people be trying to claim folks, and you know what in law. See, that's a lawyer over there, so I'm gonna talk law to him. If she goes to UAB,
don't you
that
go
means
there.
that she domiciles in Senate District 18. So she's just a resident up there in Pell City. But she domiciles, so that means that she belongs to Senate District 18.
I have to object to that. She does live, not in Pell City, but she does live in my district, so she's my constituent. Now, if you wanna claim it a little bit here and there, I'll let you have a co-constituent. How about that?
Now, you know, that'll work. We'll share.
I was kind of curious. I was hoping you wasn't going to say anything bad standing over there with her sitting there looking at you.
Oh no, we just proud of her. I just tell you that. And except she gonna like what I'm getting ready to say now. And not only she needs to be declared our ambassador. Listen at this. It takes coal, COAL, because most of y'all running. It takes coal to run to run a train. But it takes gold to run a campaign. See, so we need to get her some gold.
That's right.
We need to get her some duckies. I mean, we need to have a little stipend for her. Yeah, I mean, hey, she taking that time out of college. She down here with us right now. You know, she could be earning some money or whatever she decides to do, but she's doing the job of the ambassador.
Amen.
So not only we gonna make it official, we need to have a little amendment that says that we can pick one of these little accounts we got. I ain't talking about the budget chair. We pick one of our little senator's account and pull out $5,000 or something and just make sure that she,
Are you volunteering the Smitherman campaign account?
They won't let us do that. In the campaign accounts, they won't let us do that kind of stuff. But I tell you what, we got. Let's do some math. We have 35 people in here.
Hey,
at $110 a piece, we can pass the hat, and we'll have $5,000. What about that?
My hearing's going bad.
But you know, I'm proud of what she did. I'm sure that she has had a career of being involved in those activities, and I think that they judge on a lot of things. A lot of different things to come to that conclusion. And so I'm just real proud of her and proud that she's doing that. And I mean, she's set up in so long, waiting on us and stuff, that I'm just going to yield to you so we can go on and make her an official ambassador. So you go on.
Let me tell you something else she can do.
What's that?
She can judge food.
Oh, yeah?
We just did a wild game cook-off doing the judging and had to sit beside each other, and She could grade the food. Some of it was pretty harsh, and some of it was pretty good.
Okay. That's all right.
Madam President, move for final passage using previous row, no objection.
Is there any objections? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
29 ayes and no nays. HB 407 is given a favorable report and passes. Congratulations.
Madam President, can I make a point of personal
You're
privilege?
recognized.
Emma, congratulations.
Yeah.
You've worked hard for the state of
Yeah, I will.
Alabama. We appreciate everything you've done. Had no clue until this that you were not an official state ambassador. But thank you for everything you've done, the sacrifices you've made for representing the state, and done it in a positive way. And congratulations.
Madam President, could I be
Senator Smithman,
recognized?
you're recognized.
Speak on this. Hey, he did the thing that he didn't do because we hadn't practiced it. But I've been told by my colleagues back here, based on the consent and advice of my colleagues, consent, y'all heard that, means I can do it. And advice of my colleagues, they asked me to bestow upon you the ambassadorship. So it has now been bestowed upon you. Let's give her a big hand. Come on, y'all, give up them hands over there.
Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 361 by Representative Daniels and others regarding organ donors.
Madam President.
Yes,
how are you?
sir. You're recognized.
We've got HB 361 coming up. And I don't even know where I am right now. Passing. And we do not have the hour, so I'll be more than happy to make a motion for final passage of HB 361.
May I be recognized to speak on it?
Senator Smithman, you're recognized.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
You know, you and I don't get a chance to talk a lot. In fact, today, you and I hadn't had a chance to talk. I mean, you know, you share some things you need to do, and you know, we responded like that, but we hadn't had a chance to talk today.
Good.
So I want to just talk with you for a little while.
Perfect.
You know, that's all. Just talk.
We love communication.
Yeah, figure out something in here that's the main that we can just talk about. You know, that's all. That's all. I just want to talk to you. You know, and how your day been going?
It has been a little hectic, but that is just part of my life right now. So it's not been bad at all.
Good.
How about yourself, sir?
Well, it's been kind of been sort of kind of good.
Yeah.
You know, and it's getting better because we're trying to work through this sub. You know, and it's kind of hard when you trying to be three places. You know, and one time, and you know how that goes because you probably have to be 6 or 7, 10 places at one time.
You've been in these shoes before. You know how that is.
I do know, especially these last 2 days. Now, I'm gonna say that I said this in front of the body. You wasn't in here.
Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna say it in front of you, in front of the body. Make sure you get what you got to get.
Got to do it.
Because you got to be reelected too.
That is true.
So you make sure of that now.
We've got some primaries in here. This is one of them right here.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. That's it. You talking about this bill right here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, this your bill?
This is my bill.
Oh, well, let's get the rolling then. Go right on. Yeah, I want you to have your stuff.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. I want everybody to, but I mean, you go on because you got some other stuff to do. I saw that list you had. They didn't see it. You were talking about stuff. You had to live by that long.
It was long.
Yeah, you only did about that much because you had a little line under there talking about the basket. So you go right on because you got stuff to do.
Are you all right with us moving? Or you
yeah,
want to
go
talk?
right on. I mean, really, go on.
That is great. This is about the Alabama Living Donor Protection Act. I gave my father a kidney in 2007. And so there's only 65 living donors in the state that this bill affects. And so we would like to make a final motion for House Bill 361 using short roll without objection.
Is there any objection? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 361 is given a favorable report.
Madam President, thank you so much. Thank you, my friend.
Yes, sir, Mr. Pro Tem.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 533 by Representative Wilcox regarding public health.
Now,
Senator,
Would you yield to me to be recognized when he talked to you? No, you got the mic now.
Yes.
yeah, Senator Weaver.
Yes, I will yield to you.
All
While I
right.
grab my-
I need you to do me a favor, okay? All right, I need you just to talk on your bill for a few minutes.
Okay.
Because I'm going out there and get a picture with Miss. I'm going out there. So if you talk till I come back, then we'll be all right.
I will be happy to do that for you. So this bill has to do with single-dose epinephrine. And as a nurse, it was brought to me by Representative Wilcox because one of her constituents had identified this need in the school system. Thank you. Thank you. I have a little show and tell today, and this is called a Neffy. So for any of you that have children, you know that it's much easier to take one of these things and do a little single dose right up the nose than to give them a shot. So the reason that we're bringing this bill is to actually give them the opportunity to do that in a school setting, because right now the law only allows for the injection, the EpiPen. So I think this is absolutely a great thing for us to do for not only the nurses that are taking care of these kids, but for the kids as well, because all of you know that kids sometimes don't like a shot. So I think it's a great thing for us to do.
Agree completely. Mr. President, is okay, may I dialogue? Thank you, sir. I had a granddaughter who we keep one of those regularly around, but it used to be the shots. So one day she was showing her sister something and injected herself. So she was totally fine. So then the question is, what do you do when she self-injected accidentally? So we got that straight. Called the fire department, asked them what to do, and they said, we're going to swing by and check because it can be problematic if you're not in the midst of an event. But yeah, all for that. You know, we've used similar delivery system for overdoses, as you know, and I carry that around with me regularly, and we were able to get that put in police departments and equip many police officers around the state with that, which has helped and saved any number of lives. We did a training one morning, and that afternoon, a guy happened to be downtown off duty, and he was able to rescue a young lady. Then the next day, a citizen in the town where we were was able to save another person. So in 2 days, 2 of the kits got used, but we replaced them, and 2 people were saved. So those are critical to have.
Absolutely. And when kids go through situations like that, it's such a scary time
It is
for the
very
parent,
scary.
for the grandparent, or any caregiver who's taking care of the child. So certainly I think this epinephrine nasal spray is something that can be beneficial to everyone involved in an emergency situation like that.
Agreed. You have my permission, go ahead and move final passage if that's what you would like to do.
So let's go ahead and adopt the BIR.
Okay.
I think,
That'd be great.
oh, no, BIR. Okay. Well, I had said that I would talk on this for a little while, so I want to be as good as my word.
Yes, ma'am.
But
Let me out.
so again, when you get in these emergency situations like this for children, it's very, very important that you react quickly. I mean, kids have so many reactions to so many different things, and we're so lucky that we have good people who are taking care of them there in the school system, and I know that we just really appreciate all that they do, and just I want to tell Representative Wilcox how much I appreciate her bringing this to my attention, because I had no idea that there was a situation such as this that we could take care of by just making sure that we have this in place. So I'm grateful for her bringing this and for all of her work that she's done down in the House related to this issue.
So do you know, is there a standing pharmacy order by our health department for those that families can go just procure them? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is actually something that's fairly new to me. I know that there are lots of different orders for lots of different things across the pharmaceutical realm. I know that most of the time you look at the patient and the physician will make the order based on what the person needs. But
Right.
then again, there are some things that you can go straight to the pharmacy and buy over the counter and take it. I would assume this would be the same thought process as the EpiPen.
Yeah.
And that it would be managed just like that, would be my guess.
Makes
So,
total sense.
it's fairly-
What's so cool is the delivery system is not an injection, which so many children are averse to, and maybe they hadn't experienced something up their nasal cavity, but it is a way to quickly deliver medicine that's efficacious for sure.
I'm sorry, what did you
I was saying it's a way to deliver the medicine very effectively.
Yes, very
and
much so.
it's
Very much so. When you get in these emergency situations like this with children, you know,
Yes.
our healthcare providers are always calm and cool and collected, but sometimes you get in situations where, you know, it's just not that easy when you have people who are not trained, and it is a very, very critical situation for some children. So again, grateful for all that we have there in our school systems, and I just think having this is going to be such an asset for everyone involved in a situation, because, you know, kids, things happen quickly, and for people
very quickly. And
for people who have
some
raised
are-
children, certainly we know that every second is critical in a situation like that. So
It is indeed, and we had a diabetic, one of our children, and we kept packs in every room for low glucose, or he had on him everything that's necessary for any high situations, but the low glucose, we literally made packs favorably in basically little small cigar type boxes that were in every one of his classrooms through elementary school and then again in high school. So
You know,
I
as
can
a
see
parent, it's-
parents would be concerned, and this would be great to have around.
And I certainly agree. And for those people that are going through those initial phases of that emergency, when your child has that kind of reaction and you don't know what it is that they're reacting to, those times are just really, really stressful. And welcome back.
Thank you, and Ms.
We've done some great talking about this, and
Welcome
I
back.
think we're ready to.
Did you get your picture?
I did.
All right, good.
I did.
I'd like to make the motion for final passage if you're
I'm with
Have any more
him. I'm
questions?
with you.
All right, previous roll.
previous role.
That's fine.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 533 passes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Weaver. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 248 by Representative Faulkner regarding the Alabama Business and Nonprofit Entities Code.
Senator Gavan.
Mr. President, this time I would like to adopt the committee amendment.
All right, let me get the board, wait for them to get the board updated. There's a committee amendment. All right, Senator Gavan.
This amendment gives the opt-out provisions for nonprofits to not be governed by this. And if there are no questions, I would move for adoption of the committee amendment using previous role.
All right, using previous roll. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thirty ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Gavan.
So this is the sort of the annual Keeping Up with Delaware bill. It's not going to be annual anymore if we pass it this year. We're going to have them 1 year, kind of giving them a 1 year moratorium. A lot of our friends and our colleagues have kind of gotten
weary of getting this all the time about, we've got to keep up with Delaware, this year, and have to read it, have to pay attorneys to go look at it and see what we're doing. So we should not be having one next year. If we do, I'm going to ask that it be carried to a certain committee, and we'll make sure it gets buried in that committee. Then as in the following year, another issue that's come up is the timing, because we get because of the timing of the ALI bills, we cannot, we being the sponsors, can't pre-file. And so they're going to change the timing of the ALI meeting so that we're able to pre-file so they can get approval of what the ALI official bill will be, and we will get those pre-filed so our friends that are concerned about this won't have to be, while we're all filing 50 bills every day, or at least in each house, they won't have to be trying to absorb all this in the heat of the session. They can do it beforehand and see whether they've got concerns. So that's the path we're taking going forward. So I don't know if the senator has discussion.
It's on you.
But with that being said, I would move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 248 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Gavan. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 18 of the calendar, House Bill number 435 by Representative Myrick regarding manufactured homes.
Mr. President, HB 435, the Senate bill has already passed and gone to the governor, so I'm going to ask that we carry this over indefinitely.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, HB 435.
Thank you,
is
Mr.
carried.
President.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 420 by Representative Butler and others regarding crimes and offenses.
Mr. President.
Senator, you're recognized.
Are we still under the BIR?
No BIR.
Thank you, sir. What this bill does, a person that shoots into or discharges a firearm into an occupied school bus or school building is changing what they will be charged with from a Class B felony to a Class A felony, and that's what this bill does. And so I'll
go right
there
on.
you go. So I move for adoption. Move for passage of this bill in third reading.
Use the previous roll. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 420 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 302 by Representative Brown regarding bail and surety bonding. Committee amendment pending.
Yes, sir. I would like to adopt the committee amendment. We're using previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Sessions.
Mr. President, I have a floor amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the floor amendment, please.
Amendment to House Bill 302 by Senator Sessions. Replace lines 190 through 191 on page 7 with the following. Replace line 230 on page 9 with the following. Replace line 233 through 235 on page 9 with the following.
With that,
All right, Senator Sessions.
I move to adopt the floor amendment using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Sessions' amendment's adopted. Senator Sessions.
On me, I move for adoption using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 302 passes. Thanks, Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank the body.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 247 by Representative Pettis and others regarding the Board of Adjustments.
Senator Weaver.
HB 247 provides death benefits to survivors of volunteer firefighters who die of cancer. And if there are no questions, I'd like to move for final passage using previous rule with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 247 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 328 by Representatives Faulkner and Colvin regarding crimes and offenses.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
328. This bill is a crime and offenses of arson in the first degree elements of crime further provided to include arson in connection to a theft, minimum penalties provided. No questions, I move for final passage. You ask unanimous consent to use previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. HB 328 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 192 by Representative Faulkner regarding criminal law.
Mr. President.
Senator Smitherman.
This bill, this criminal law deals with self-defense and the defense of others, the presumption of unlawful use of force under certain conditions. Do you have any questions or comments, Senator? Regarding?
I have an amendment on it.
Go right on. I yield to you.
Okay, thank you. Let me find my amendment. I had my amendment.
Actually, somebody told me you had going to have an amendment to this bill. That's why I'm glad you up there. I was looking at this bill. I said something else about
I got it. Yes, sir.
Amendment to House Bill 192 by Senator Albritton. Replace line 106 on page 4 with the following.
Mr. President, if I may, this came out of a discussion in the committee as to clarifying as far as the dangerous instruments and how it's gotten rid of and how the time frame and such, and it's agreed upon amendment. So I'd move for adoption of the amendment.
What you said the amendment did?
Oh,
now you can just tell me. It was about that gun.
Exactly.
Yeah, where they find the gun.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I got brief good on that. Go right on. I know you did. That's a great amendment.
Well, say that again.
That's a great amendment.
I just want. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's a great amendment for this bill. You got it. It makes sense.
Move for adoption of the amendment using short roll.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thank you.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Albritton, amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Albritton.
Got to pass it up.
You want to pass the bill? Or?
Yeah, I'll
Go on.
final passage, third reading, final passage, Bill 102 using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 192 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 591 by Representatives Reynolds and others regarding supplemental appropriations.
Mr. President.
Senator.
This has to deal with the supplemental appropriations for the Rural Health Transformation Program with the spending of the monies that's going to be coming down for the fiscal year, this fiscal year upcoming, 27. And if there's no questions, I'd move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 591 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, House Bill number 614 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding the Rural Health Transformation Program.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
This again has to deal with supplemental appropriations to the Rural Health Transformation Program for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2027. I'd move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 614 passes. Thank you. Almost called you Representative Reynolds. Yeah, Chair. Senator Albritton. Secretary, call next bill.
He's better looking.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 477 by Representative Lomax regarding the Alabama Workforce Board.
Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 477 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 568 by Representative Sells regarding the Department of Workforce.
Mr. President.
Senator Bell.
This is a housekeeping bill mainly for workforce, with 4 programs overseen by them. It's basically a housekeeping matter, just cleaning it up and move final passage, no objection.
Previous roll.
Previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 568 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 317 by Representative Travis and others regarding firefighter distinctive license plates.
Mr. President, move passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 317 passes. Thank you, Senator Allen. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 55 by Representative Hollis regarding mortgages.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move BR using previous roll without objection.
No BR.
Okay, hallelujah.
Move the bill.
I'd like to move the bill without objection using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thank you very much.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 55 passes. Thanks, Senator Coleman Madison. Secretary, call next bill.
Good job. Good job.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill number 323 by Representative Moore, P., and others regarding the state military.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 323 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 224 by Representatives McCampbell and others regarding the Children's Health Insurance Fund.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
This Children's Health Insurance Fund, moving monies for payment under the SNAPs. I'd move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 224 passes. Secretary, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 311 by Representative Underwood regarding retirement benefits.
All right, Senator Melson.
Yeah, call you, Senator.
Carry that bill over to call the chair.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. HB 311 is carried over, call the chair. All right. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 139 by Representative Crawford regarding food enrichment. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, motion to adopt committee amendment, previous row, no objection. And I'll say that committee amendment basically just moves it 1 year to 2027 instead of 2026 start date to give the food companies time to change their process and so they can do this. And this, I'll do the committee amendment, then I'll tell what the bill does.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Bell.
Mr. President, motion to move bill, final passage as amended. And what this bill does is with the spinal bifida, it basically with corn mesa helps that. And this comes from UAB and research, what they're doing. The food companies are really behind this, and they want to be a part of helping that any way they can. So move final passage, no objection.
All right, any objection using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 139 passes. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, House Bill number 609 by Representative Reynolds and others regarding weatherization assistance.
Mr. President,
Senator Albritton.
this is revising the threshold for household incomes for weatherization of older homes and such. I'd move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 609 passes.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 380 by Representative Collins regarding public education.
Senator Orr.
Mr. President, move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 380 passes.
Mr. President, we need to move certification on this, or are we? I don't think.
Need what?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. All right. Secretary, call next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 511 by Representative Ingram regarding public K-12 education.
Senator Williams.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I'd like to do final passage with no objection using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 511 passed. Thank you, Senator Williams.
Could I be recognized, Mr. President?
You're recognized.
I'm glad that we were able to get to this point. I know we have some other activities that's going to take place shortly. I would hope we would go to those activities at this time because it'll be, it's kind of tempting to want to talk. And I've been quiet for about the last hour, and so I like to stay quiet. And that means so we need to move and get out of here and let's go. If everybody ready to go, but if they ain't ready to go, that's okay with me too. I want to make sure we got the bills passed, and we did, and I'm very happy that we did that. But sometimes the last 2 days we kind of, things kind of get to going a little while when you have a little extra time. So I'll take that time up and talk if that's the case for about 15 minutes, and then because I think everybody want to leave at 5:30, but things should start at 5:30, doesn't it? Well, we need to go now.
Yeah, we can go ahead and go now as soon as.
Mr. Pro Tem, though, I'm gonna let him because I don't want to overstep his boundaries. So.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a good day today. I appreciate everybody's patience. Everybody's got a bill that they want or they don't want. And so we thank you for everybody for having patience and just time for us to get through that calendar, and thankfully that we all did and made some good decisions as we move forward in the state of Alabama. So at this point, we'll make a motion to adjourn until tomorrow at 9:30.
I heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we stand adjourned until 9:30.